Connecting. Oh, that red skin is something else. I don't know what that is. Looks like it's a dragon and you're seeing its throat hold fire before it breathes it. Look at that. Say, I still get a thrill when people jump, especially when they're big ships. Just you feel the weight of the place. Hey, thanks, Max, for nice of you to subscribe. For purposes of being heard, I'm going to have to lower the volume on our environment there. It's quite a display of super capital ships, seeing about 4 or 5 Ragnaroks there. Those are the long pointy ones. I see an Erebus, and we're looking at an Avatar. It's impressive to look at these things and think that's only 10 when you have hundreds of these things colliding. It's really kind of sad. It's almost like their majesty has become very typical. But I still can't help but be impressed with the gravity that they have. Like a second Erebus just spawned under there. What is that? Got a blue Ragnarok skin. Sorry, it's like an aquarium. What kind of tropical fish is that? Hello, little Gila. What are you doing in between these big ships? You know, they look moored, don't they? And they're almost at sea because they're kind of wiggling back and forth. They look moored to a dock. Semi-appropriate. That Ragnarok. This biosecurity skin from Project Discovery. It's great. Yeah, so an actual CCP quote, as Max Singularity says, there will only be about 10 of these titans in the game due to the complexity of building them, they said. That was CCP back in the day when these were first introduced around 2004, 2005. Okay, so today's agenda is going to be looking back at the last 24 hours a little bit, and we'll just take questions, and I'll try to give you as much news as you don't know, but you try to give me some questions, and that will help me try to find some things to surface for you guys. It's kind of chill since we're at war. We're going to take the long approach, do a slow burn. We're going to do a more chill stream type things and have a lot of conversation, so it will be a lot more mood. It'll last a lot longer. We'll still have some concise shows that we maybe put together, possibly offline, or clippings from this show. Yesterday we had Ron USMC, who's a FC from Test, and he gave us a lot of information on what exactly happened yesterday. Aw, you missed my voice. That's so nice. I think I have a terrible voice, kind of like Kermit the Frog. And then I get a lot of compliments on how soothing it is. And one guy said he falls asleep listening to talking in stations, and I was thinking, is that a good thing? But I'm glad that it's soothing. Yeah, this thing looks like it's been dipped in paint like halfway up. Almost like the Achilles tendon, right? Achilles was dipped in I think he was dipped in water or something. by a goddess. And it made him invulnerable except that one heal. So this looks like the heal here on the Ragnarok. I don't think you can appreciate these ships without something next to it to give you scale. So let's look at this guy here. Okay, now you can feel that scale a little bit better. And it's not even, we're not even there yet. That is still pretty far away. There it comes. Got little Gila. Okay. Sorry, goofing around. Let's talk some news here. So let's get started. I'm bring in a guest if he's willing from Fire Coalition. Once he gives me the okay, I'll bring him in and talk to you. Maybe we can talk a little bit about Inner Hell breaking up. And also talk about Fire Coalition's role so far. We'll see how it goes. I have a 3D mouse that I could use, but I need to decouple it into cinematic view, and I'm not sure how to do that yet. I need to be trained by McLeod before we can get to some really good graphics. Turn around on this guy. Yeah, that mouse isn't even plugged in at the moment. Thanks. Appreciate the tip. Tactical view. Okay, tell me how to decouple it. I'll plug in this 3D mouse here and see if I can move her. Pardon my dust. 1 second. All right, Simarka, if you don't mind, I brought you in. I'm going to go ahead and label our names. How are you doing?
How there, guys? Hi, Material.
Hi, how's it going? Now, I'm just going to say from the beginning that you are from Fire Coalition, you're CEO there. Your English is not as good as you want it to be. Neither is mine. And so we'll just say you speak Russian, that's your first language, English is your second language, but you'll try to talk anyway, right?
And I'm not CEO of Fire Coalition. I am not even CEO of Alliance XIX.
Okay,
I'm
so
just CEO of small corp in XIX.
wow, okay, so totally got it wrong. Am I thinking of somebody else? You're Russian, did I get that right?
Yep.
Okay, well, I got 1 out of 3. But you do know about some things that are going on, and so I just wanted to ask, like, how has the war been so far from your perspective? You're fighting in this war, right?
Not yet. We are still deploying.
Who
It's really far.
who are you with? Who's we?
X-Fire Coalition.
Fire Coalition. So you are with Fire Coalition. Okay. And you haven't deployed yet.
We deployed partly. So it's really far. So about 9 jumps, 9 silent jumps. You first 3 you jump fast, then 30 minutes of red fatigue. Each jump. I moved the Titan 2 Faxes, 2 Dreadnoughts, Super Carrier, and it took me 2 days. And I'm thinking about moving other stuff, because, you know, not so easy.
Yeah. Did you guys already have your move op where you moved? Because you are far away. 9 jumps is a long way. Did you already move as a coalition or not yet?
Mostly we moved, but still there are move-up fleets every day, all day long, and people are still moving, jumping, etc.
Wow. Yeah, that is what we have seen by watching these 2 keep stars in Fat, TAC 6P, and Catch. We've been watching them and noticing that there's still a lot of people moving. Like we see this a lot. We see ships jumping in and docking, and we see Sinos. It just feels like a lot of people aren't here yet. At least
Yep,
on the
definitely
on
so.
this side.
And we firstly moved to Stain, to keep starting Stain, and now people are moving both from the Stain and from Detorit.
Right. Are you excited?
Well, I hope there will be at least one big battle, super capital battle, titan battle. But you know, I think this battle will happen only if one of sides will fuck up.
If somebody makes a mistake, then a big battle might
Yep.
happen.
Yep. In normal situation, I think there will be some maybe cab brawls, maybe dread fights, maybe carrier, not a big thing.
Yeah.
But Titans versus Titans, I think only by mistake from one of the sides. Or maybe it will not be a mistake. It just some guys will think, we don't care, let's jump. And the others will jump to save them. We had some battles with fraternity with this scenario.
So you had some battles with fraternity where people just said, "Let's just jump. Let's just fight."
We had battles like two fleets standing, watching, looking to each other, and then one guy thinks to hell with this and warps into enemy fleet. And
Well, he was either brave or really, really stupid.
I think he don't care. He don't want to stay there and wait something.
Yeah.
Let's just brawl.
No
And
more
then all
waiting.
the fleet, yeah, and then all the fleet warps in to save him.
Yeah. Sometimes people need that extra reason to jump in. So he provided that for them.
Yep. And how test leadership behave from outside perspective, I think they are these kind of guys. To hell with everything, let's jump. Okay.
Well,
Maybe.
good. Well, good. Hopefully something comes from that sort of a thing. Yeah, Leroy Jenkins. That's That's an old video of a guy who just runs into battle and his whole group has to chase him and they all die in the process. And it at the
Well,
time.
I hope all the bad guys will die this time.
Okay, so we were talking about Fire Coalition and how many troops they could bring, and like how big is Fire Coalition these days, and what do you think? How big do you think Fire Coalition is as far as pilots and fleets they can fill?
Well, on that CTA when anchored Keepstar, we had two full subcapital fleets. One super fleet, super statins, carriers and faxes, and one fleet of dreads, but dread fleet was not full. So it was 800 people.
That's a lot.
Well, maybe.
Medium, you think?
It was super hyped CTA, so I don't think regular fights will
Have
bring
that many, yeah.
have that many.
Right. When alliances move, everybody that can show up shows up because it's a little more. It's easier to know that you're not going to be there for hours, right? So if you're going to move your stuff, if you're going to participate, you have to move your stuff. So everybody that's going to participate is going to move. And that means those move fleets end up being the biggest fleets that you're going to have. So that's your maximum almost. And that's a pretty good maximum. 800 pilots is pretty good. Maybe not pilots, but capsuleers. That may be less people, but
I think
it's
there
pretty good.
was around 500 people due to TeamSpeak server showed
Yeah.
500 tunes.
To tell you the truth, that's more than I thought. I thought it would be maybe half of that, but it's just because we don't get a lot of information from Russian players very much. So we don't know what they're up to a lot. But I think 500 actual players and 800 characters is a pretty good showing.
Well, maybe.
Yeah.
Because, there's first fleet, first subcap fleet is, good ships with good formed ships. And the second fleet is, some guys on caracals, etc. Second fleet is not so good.
Not so good, huh?
It has good FCs, but I think they're more newbies.
All right, so status is you guys are basically still moving. And you hope there's going to be a big fight, but it's going to mean that somebody has to slip up or make a mistake, or they have to say, let's just do this, and they do.
Yep, I think so.
Do you know what Fire Coalition's role is going to be in this war? Is it just to join in on all the fleets, or do you have a specific thing that Fire Coalition has to do? Have you guys been told as far as the members of Fire Coalition? The leadership might know something, but has the members of Fire Coalition been told that they need to do something or not?
Something specific? No,
Something specific.
we don't have that. We do not have this information. Only today we have pinged to place our not clones, medical clones. I don't know how it is called when you die.
I didn't.
Home station.
Mm-hmm.
So only today we have pinged to change our home station.
Oh, I see. You just need to. So you just know where you need to be, but not what you have to do.
Yeah, but there were no fleets, just some roams. Nothing
Nice.
serious
Nothing
at
serious,
this
yeah.
time.
Do you have any information on Inner Hell disbanding? Do you know anything about that?
Well, I talked to some guys from Inner Hell, but it was I don't know. I called one. He said that he knows about this band from me because he didn't log in for a couple of weeks. The second one just said yes, it is true, and no comments. So, frankly speaking,
No comment.
no information.
No information. Well, we have some information. Let me put that up on screen right now. If I can actually locate it here somewhere. And we confirmed that they're going to disband this Sunday.
A weekend.
The weekend, right? Yeah.
I saw this information from iBeast, but Lucy Liu.
I heard it from 3 different people that they were breaking up. But one person furnished me with a screenshot, so I'll try to grab that. Oh, the name changed. That's why I couldn't find it. So, see if I can put it. I have the hardest time with Windows and screenshots. So I have to make. Gotta turn that sound off too. Here it is. I'll make it big so you can read it so that you know that I'm reading the right thing. Okay, let's have a look. So this is from Inner Hell. And this is the English version. This is from Adramelech. He is actually evil. Oh, what was his name? He has an alternative name, but that character was banned. It was Max Death, I think. Delmax. I think that's what it was, Delmax. So this is his another same guy, different name. And he is the leader of Inner Hell. And so he, that's who's talking here. He says, Corporation Inner Hell closes, disbands, parentheses. Please extract from system all your ships and other assets. Move all jump clones to NPC stations in HiSec. If you have any Doctrine ships, you can contract it to Oleski 5. I will bot out as always. And that is not BOT, that is bought as in purchased. So he will buy them out as always. All need due before Friday. If you want to be on last fireworks, you must be in only one ship from Shield format, which is Loki. Let me just translate that. If you want to be on the last fireworks, which means like if you want to get in on the last fleet, our last hurrah fleet, be in a Loki. Or be in a Loki fleet. When he says a Shield format, that means a Shield doctrine to them. Number 2, capital ships, all capital ships. What you have in system, you can also send to Oleski 5. It will be bought out too.
Alexia.
Right. Alexia? Okay, Alexia.
Alex in English.
Is that a name of a person then? Or is that that's a place, isn't it?
I don't know.
Wonder if
I
that's
think it's name of a person.
so contract 2 maybe is what they're saying here. Friday, fireworks versus Keepstar and capital ships. Uh-oh. Friday is a fleet against Keepstar versus capital ships. Do you know what Keepstar that would be?
Inner Hell, as I remember, live in C2 wormhole with a Keepstar, with the statics to nullsec and C5, I think.
Ah, okay. All capital ships. What you have in system. Okay, I read that one. Friday, fireworks. Sunday, last fireworks. Keepstar and Sotillo. After Sunday, all members of Inner Hell, Corporation of Alliance exiled from Hell, will be kicked.
Alexei 4 is the name. I just checked it in client.
So it's a name of a person.
Yep.
Okay, so give it to this guy. That might be an alt character of his because he's going to buy out all the ships. So he's, I think what Max Dell in his new name is doing is saying, I'll buy up all the ships that you want to get rid of, as I have always done. And when he says that, you have to remember that Inner Hell has come and gone a few times. I think this might be their third or fourth time because when they first appeared, they appeared as Blood Union, I believe, was their first iteration, more or less. And they were fierce wormholers. People, they were the boogeymen, basically, of wormholers. And they were famous for figuring out where you were ratting, finding people who were ratting a lot and just dropping and destroying them. So they did that with the help of the API information that was coming from CCP. There used to be ratting information coming out of wormholes. Well, Blood Union figured out how to use that and zero in on active areas and just destroyed people who were ratting all the time. But CCP nerfed that. They cut that off, so now you can't go to Dotland, for instance, and see any wormhole ratting statistics. And part of the reaction to that was that Blood Union decided to take off because that was a big portion of their gameplay. That Ragnarok's going to crash into that tower, I think. Let's have a look. Nope. Okay, I thought we'd see a collision like we saw in the Imperium War trailer, where the Nyx goes into the station. Okay, anyway. So after CCP took that out of the API, Blood Union basically called it quits and went away. And then it came back as Quantum Explosion. And Quantum Explosion became, was that right? Quantum Explosion? I think it was Quantum something. I think it was Explosion. They came back and they were fierce too. And they actually had friendly relations with Hard Knocks and Laserhawks. You know, bat phoning relationships. So if Quantum Explosion couldn't really handle the numbers required for a fight, they had all the skill they needed, they just didn't have the numbers, then they would call more numbers in the form of Hard Knocks. And that was the beginning of their relationship. Now, what happened in that era, that was about 2000, I want to say 15. What happened in that era is they started dominating C6 wormholes. And they could dominate them because C6 wormholes, there's only 105 of those. And so the chances of rolling into a familiar hole are higher because there's less variation. And so when they dominated those, they were able to basically rent those out or extort people who lived in them and say, you can stay here, but you're going to pay us for the privilege. Or we'll come and we'll come and disrupt you so you can't make any money. So people would pay that. And they would make quite a bit of money. I had it mapped out, but I didn't quite get enough information. So what happened at that point was, there was.
I have very small information about this, but there not always be a matter of money or something. Because I knew a very old player who just left, and they didn't touch him because he played from, I think, 2006 or something, and that relation was just you're cool, you're playing for a long time, so we can stay in this C6 wormhole, we do not touch you. And I think there were a lot of this.
Oh, that's
Because,
really cool.
it was very funny. I lived with this guy in wormhole with my alt for, I think, a year maybe. And when wormholes talked about how the PvP and others are just worthless crabs, I saw how they lived in this C6. It was really funny. They just log in once a day, scan on all wormholes, then close all wormholes, and it's one static from your C6. If you do not warp on it, it do not appear on the other side for 3 hours. So it means that no one can enter your wormhole for 3 hours. You just undock 3 dreads and effects. You, in 1 hour, read everything that there was in this wormhole, and you log off, log in your nullsec chars, and go PvP or something. It was absolutely safe. I never saw any of this safety anywhere else.
Is there? How's it going, Spod? I think Spod also speaks Russian, by the way.
Не очень хорошо.
Well, his Russian is better than my English.
It's not. I promise you it's not.
It's
That was
not.
all of my Russian in one go. It's done now.
That was it. He's exhausted. I want to make a correction. There's 118 C6 wormholes according to Godlike, not 106 or 105, whatever I said there. I don't know why 106 sticks into my head. I doubt they put new C6 wormholes out there. Spod, you're from wormhole space, or were? How many do you think there are? Any idea?
How many
106
C6s?
106 is a good number. It's the amount of alliances that are attacking Imperium right now, I think.
It feels like it, right? 106 alliances attacking Imperium right now. I remember 106 for some reason. It could be I'm confusing it with C6, possibly. But how many C6 wormholes do you think there are, Dr. Spod?
I lived in a C1, so I wouldn't have a clue, I'm afraid.
Okay, so we're going to trust Godlike at 116. Sorry, 118 C6 wormholes. The point remains that when you have 100, it's a lot easier to roll into the same ones.
Especially if you control C6 with static to C6.
Yes. And this is what Godlike says here. There's 150 wormholes with C6 status. So there's 150 entrances. That is doable. You can control that many entrances and patrol them and keep them as your territory. Which is why Quantum Explosion, with a little bit of help, managed to really pacify the C6 wormholes. At the time, this is about 2015, it was very hard to be there without their permission. Now, if they granted it to you, as Simark said, because they liked you because you were an old player, that's one way. But another way was to pay them some rent if you were a new player or they didn't like you. So that was what was going on then. And then a second nerf came through in that I think Max Dell was accused of like botting and RMT and that kind of stuff. And he did get banned. Why we don't see the Max Dell character anymore. But he protested. I think he said it wasn't him and he'd done a lot of work and it was all being taken away essentially. And so he took off for a while. And that was the end of Quantum Explosion at the time. And then you saw the rise of Inner Hell later as he came back. And it wasn't just him. There's other people in Inner Hell too. But again, just as fierce. They were friendly with Hard Knocks. Then they were enemies with Hard Knocks because they were looking for fights. I believe Hard Knocks actually destroyed... Yes.
They keep star.
Yeah, they destroyed the Keepstar that belonged to Inner Hell. Inner Hell couldn't defend it. We've had a show with Inner Hell, so you can check it out. It's actually called Encountering Inner Hell. It's a Talking in Stations podcast within the last 6 months. And they were bitter enemies with Hard Knocks after that, but they seemed to patch it up and work together in what appears to be a long campaign of evicting just about everybody they could get their hands on in wormhole space. I think that is what's been going on for the last 4 or 5 months at least. And if you think about it, then you have people who are being evicted from wormholers, and then you have people evicting wormholers. Sorry, people are being evicted from wormholes that are wormholers. And you have the people who are doing the evicting. And those are two different camps. So when the CSM representation, when the council was open for people to run, you had people, we had representatives from each of those. Exuki represented the people who were being evicted. And Lorseca represented the people who were doing the evicting, more or less. Now, they wouldn't tell you that's what they represented, but those were the camps that they were coming from. So when the wormholers went to vote for their CSM representative, it was actually split pretty much down the middle between those two camps. But what you didn't see is a consolidation behind one or the other to have a representative for wormholers in CSM. That was on purpose. Don't let anybody think that they were disorganized and could get somebody in there. The point was to elect their guy or to block the other guy. So the fact that nobody got on CSM at the end was actually a partial victory for both camps.
I can't have it, nobody can sort of thing.
Well, yeah. Or you're going to go up there and you're going to say that the nature of wormholes is this, and when you don't believe that's true, it's not like sour grapes, or it's more like protecting your gameplay from bad representation as opposed to neutral representation, which wouldn't matter either way. Yeah, it's EVE Online. It's not just survive, it's thrive, and you thrive sometimes when you have the status quo. TDSIN, those are the... what is it? TDSIN, basically, they are led by Exuki, and Exuki was the representative on CSM last year. He was running for re-election, but being challenged by Lorseca. Those are the two players that we're talking about. TDSIN and Exuki do not live in wormhole space anymore. They have been evicted repeatedly. Anytime they try to set new routes in wormholes, they are evicted. So he took up residence with the Initiative. And an interesting move, because the Initiative is the nullsec group that destroyed Hard Knox's, or Lorseco's groups, Keepstars in their home system. They infiltrated over a period of a year through a corporation that didn't like Hard Knocks. That information and access was given to Pandorolica of Initiative, and Pandorolica acted on it and brought in a bunch of Ravens, battleships that could fit through wormholes, and they were seated there over time. But then there was one moment where they attacked, and they were able to overcome Hard Knocks, hold the doors open, and allow the Imperium to come in and destroy those two Keepstars. That was the first Keepstar ever built. That was called Fort Knox. So that happened in January of last year. So Initiative has a reputation with wormholers. Not necessarily a good one, right? Because they were nullsec invading wormholers. But they also were a bitter enemy of Hard Knocks because they had done that. And so when you see that the victim of Hard Knocks, Azuki, moves to initiative, it's got its own symbolism, right? He's joining the group that beat them. More than that, he may offer them an opportunity to infiltrate again, to wreak havoc on his enemy, Hard Knocks. There's one other thing. Azuki was put on the CSM by the work of wormholers in general, but he was also helped 2 years ago or a year ago by the initiative that felt bad about Hard Knocks, so they put their weight behind Azuki and they helped him get into CSM. So there's a lot of strings all attached to each other. When you think about Hard Knocks, EDSIN, Azuki, Lord Secco, the initiative, and the CSM representation. Okay, but we were talking about Inner Hell. Spa, do you know anything about Inner Hell?
Other than the Russian? Nope.
Well, that's something.
Sorry to be a bummer, but yeah, I don't know a lot about them.
Yeah.
I joined their Discord once and tried to get their attention, and it didn't go very well.
They flush you out as a spy or something?
No, they just blanked me because my Russian was too bad, I think.
Oh. Gotta practice.
I'm trying, but it doesn't work very well.
Yeah. All right. So, Marka, did we say anything else? Do we need to cover anything else? Anything interesting? Anything that interests you in this war?
Well, I'm just waiting for war to start, because now it's not a real war.
It's not a real war
blocky
yet.
Camping, yeah. I don't see much enthusiasm. And I know that most of people hate enthusiast wars, but I think it's an interesting thing. Because, everyone hates Fuzisov and all these node battles, but I think they were good for Eve. I lived for some time in small alliance, in Protean Alliance, and we could take space from bigger groups and could hold the space, keep it, just because we were insane in those enthusiasting everything. I think once we had a day with 22 hours of non-stop enthusing.
Wow. That's some dedication. 22
Well,
hours.
we had a guy who lived in China. I don't know what he was doing there. Maybe working, maybe learning something. I don't remember. And he was starting enthusing, and he enthusiasted our enemies, TCUI hubs nodes, and then he just started enthusing our allies and come to spy and start enthusing spy. We were asking him, why are you doing this? And he just said, well, I got used to enthuse. There's nothing to enthuse around. There are some allies, I go enthuse them.
So he went
That's so funny.
and Tosis crazy.
Yep.
So what you were saying, just for people to be clear, is that the war hasn't started yet as far as you're concerned, because you don't see the cloaky camping and the entosising going on in a big way.
I don't see total war.
Yeah.
In any directions. Just some fights, I don't know.
Right. That's an interesting point. The total war is it means a lot of stuff that people don't want to do that has to be done. It's entosising. It's not just battles, but it's wearing down the enemy's ability to wage war.
To live.
And to live. Yeah.
Camps on every gates and etc. like this. You do not need a full fleet to camp some gate.
Right.
Just save
So a small group
eyes.
could do that.
Yeah. And I think these little things hits moral much more than these battles. When we had war with fraternity for Detroit and its mother, we just saw it when we camp gate between two of the, I think, capital systems, maybe, or not capital, but big system that we heavily used. And a guy is dying in that camp, and then he starts writing in local that, come on, guys, there are 50 of us sitting on this deep star, and there are only 5 enemies, and they're killing us every time. So we just saw that it was a big moral hit for moral. Don't know how to say it. Sorry.
Yeah, morale booster, morale crushing.
And
We
then
were,
I don't see these things now.
mhm.
Nothing of this is happening. Maybe guys are just heating up. I don't know.
Let me write that down and put that up so that we get the... Yeah, so for Fire Coalition, the war hasn't actually started. You're just in movement. And from your perspective, the war is just barely starting. There's been a few battles, but the battles are fun. And so that's not really war. That's entertainment. The war happens when you start in small groups, intosising a lot of territories, creating timers, and destroying the ability of a group to live.
Yep. And another thing that I can't get, I see a lot of armor fleets from Imperium.
Mm-hmm.
And as I understand, no one flies armor fleets because they are not meta. Why Imperium flying and feeding these armor fleets?
Yeah, they fed... Well, I don't know if they fed, but they lost... I think it was the initiative lost 5.4... No, 54 billion in armor... in Amarian... Was it armor hacks?
Hacks.
What were they?
I think yes, they were armor hacks.
Armor hacks, yeah.
Before that,
Zealots, thank you.
Goons feeded another armor fleet, and well, I
Sacrilegious.
don't know, Sacrilegious and Baltec fleet before also armor.
Baltec is armor, yeah. Okay, let me correct.
I just don't get it. Why they use
Well,
armor doctrines? Well,
maybe that's what they built, right? When armor was still popular. I don't know. But you don't know why they're flying armor. Like, that's no longer the right doctrine for wars. Is that what you're saying?
yep. And there's one more thing, not about, not just about skills. You need all your people to, I don't know, take eagles or munions or something. But you need to train your fleet comms because fights a little bit different. It's just strange. I don't get why this is happening.
It's a really good question. I don't know the answer to that either. We'll try to find out. But I want to make sure that your point is really clear, because I think it's a very good point that the war is not the fun part of having big battles, whether you win or lose. The war is not being able to play the game you want to play. When you're locked up because you have cloaky campers, because you have gate campers everywhere, and when you're trying to make money or trying to do the work
between systems.
Yeah, even just move around. When all that gets locked up, that's really when you start feeling the war. Thanks for the... Yeah, okay, so what happened earlier today is in D4KU, we talked about that. I'll actually bring up that map right now. We'll go look at the system. There was an incident this morning. Maybe we can talk about yesterday too. So let's go to Iridia. Here's Hopib. We're going to hop over that bridge. Now I'm talking about a space, not an actual jump bridge, but I'm talking about a geographical bridge. We're going to go from Iridia to Fountain over here. And we're going to land on the other side of that, which is D4KU. That's a system where a Titan accidentally jumped. Which happens instead of bridging. The buttons kind of look the same, and it's really just one click. There's no confirmation, so it's happens a lot. It's what started the Asakai battle in 2013. So in D4KU, a Titan jumped in instead of bridging, and this was a bad time zone for NC. But they saw it, they reacted, they caught it, and started shooting it. In order to defend that Titan, Initiative scrambled. Let's see, scrambled, let's see how many zealots. So that's an armor hack. Oh wait, let's see. Interdictors. Yeah, it's a hack. Heavy assault cruiser. 93. So they probably had about 100 and probably had over 100 people in fleet ran over there with some force auxiliaries for the ability to repair ships, but they had armor hacks, and they lost a bunch trying to save this Titan. Yeah, there they are. Look at this. And so it was kind of a Pyrrhic victory. Let me take those numbers back. They had over 400. So 655 Fraternity and Hard Knocks, Pandemic Horde, Pandemic Legion, Reckless Contingency. Basically the attacking group from Pappy or Boppy went up against the Initiative. Move that over. So it was 300 or so from the Initiative defended. And they saved that Titan. So the Titan was saved. It jumped out. But in the process, they lost a big fleet of armor hacks that cost them approximately 54 billion. So it was worth it, I think, but kind of worth it. It's easier to build zealots, so you can get those back. Well, they are T2, so it's a little harder than normal, but it takes probably less time than it takes to build a Titan. But since they're T2, that's a little bit different. Had those been all T1s, it would have been no issue at all, because you can sacrifice T1s all day long. All you need is minerals and a place to build, which there's plenty of. So that would not have been a loss.
Minerals.
Yeah,
it's an
there's
interesting
shortages.
thing. We are building T2 ships and with our corporation, and it's much easier now to build a fleet of T2 hacks than a fleet of T1 battleships.
When I talk too much, my voice gets tight. Okay. So let's put that battle report it's already been in chat. Thanks very much to Ezix for putting it in there. We'll put it in again. And that's the fight. I fixed it up because NC was on the wrong side of things, but actually turn off that option too. So that's what happened this morning. It was slightly painful for them, I think, because apparently their leader was not happy about that trade. And I don't know why he wasn't happy about it, but
And how we need to reimburse those ships? Anyone knows?
well, we'd have to ask someone from the initiative. You mean where does it come from? Does it come from the initiative pockets, or does it come from Imperium pockets, or is that what you mean? How do they
I
SRP
mean,
us?
we have Razor Alliance in our coalition, the English-speaking guys. And there's very different situation from XIX, for example. We in XX, it's about economy, I think, maybe. In XX, we do not have any taxes, for example. So leadership give us opportunity to gain some money from space. But for example, hacks do not are not compensated. Lodges are compensated, but if you lose Munion or Eagle or something, you buy it with your own money. Any pilot. In Razors, there is a different thing. They have compensation from Alliance. But they have taxes on customs, refining, etc. In XIX, we have no taxes at all. There are zero taxes in customs for planetary production, zero taxes for building things on citadels, and they are fueled from Alliance, etc. But no compensation of, for example, hacks. Lodges, recons, bonuses, yes, they are compensated, but no compensation for hacks. So if the situation is the same in initiative, if they lose Titan, then Alliance should compensate this Titan, maybe. And if people lose hacks, then it is not hit on Alliance wallet. Little difference. I just
Yeah.
do not know how it is in other alliances. We have like this.
Well, from my experience, and it's what Rizak says, that all SRP are alliance based. And alliances are given ways of making ISK or based on their performance to the coalition normally. At least in NC dot, it was broken down by corporation. Like NC dot as a whole would, if you provided proof that your ship was fit correctly, you could get your ship replaced, and at least the hull, right? You have to pay for the fit, but you would get the hull. And if you had insurance on the ship, that would usually pay for whatever the fitting was or close to it, so you would kind of be made whole. But the performance of the corporation that you were in would also help dictate what money a corporation would get as far as moons and good territory and that sort of stuff.
Yeah, we have things like this in XIX. Participation in CTAs will give you better moons and something like this.
Yeah.
But frankly speaking, if you do not participate, you still have space that is shared for all coalition. You can go and read in any coalition system, mine there, and well, feel good, I think, maybe. But no compenses. Except
Right.
for maybe Super Titans.
Okay, let's look at there's some more work that we were tabulating yesterday between the 4th and the 5th. That would be day 1, really, of the war. We've seen that pandemic. Let's see. The efficiency of this war so far, and this means very little right now, but we'll tell it to you because it's statistics. At least for the 4th to the 5th, which was the first day, we had an efficiency rating favoring the Pappy group compared to the Imperium, 51% to 49%, basically. So it really is just a stat of observation. It's a data point, but it's not a very strong one. This war is going to last a lot longer than a few battles or a few days. But the very first day, it looked like it was relatively close to tie with a slight edge to Pappy coming out. And so the amount of money, so the Pappy group lost 117 billion, while the Imperium lost 122 billion. That's that's a tie, basically.
It's nothing.
Yeah, it's nothing. It's not even worth framing yet as some kind of who's winning this war. I don't think you can ask that question yet. People are still arriving. Right now, it's just a warm-up rounds. There are some quick strikes. I think people are feeling each other out. So far, this has been a pretty good war, though. It feels right. This is what we're talking about when we talk about EVE Online, major wars, server-wide PvP. This is what we're talking about. There's real intent behind their objectives. These two groups want to fight each other. Not for fun. They want to fight each other for a victory. And the victory for one means death for the other, to a certain degree, as much as EVE allows it, right? But the intent is there. The intent is to win and destroy the opponent. Not necessarily to destroy the players, not necessarily to oppress other players like you might have in real life. This one is to disrupt the group and to break it up. That's what this one feels like. So I think it's a great war so far because we've seen some good fights. We've seen some good reactions. There's a lot of testing going on. Yesterday, for instance, let me take off this headline. We talked about the two bridges, right? Yesterday was a tale of two bridges. I'm going to call it that, just for reference. But over here between Fountain and Iridia, you had this bridge being fought over. Again, I'm talking geographic bridge, not technically a jump bridge. And the opposite, or not the opposite, on the southern front of this war, let's see if I can find... Oof, I'll never find it that way. I think it's... No, it wasn't that bridge. And we're looking for TCAG. I'll have to look it up. On here somewhere. Okay, so it'll take me a long time to find it manually, so we'll do this search. Go. So here's the second bridge. Oh, it was the Paragon Sol. I kind of knew that, but I thought that was too far south, but now that makes more sense. Okay, so Paragon Sol. That bridge was used on day 1, day -1, day 0, when the Imperium did the first strike and came into Paragon Sol over here and just blasted the place, taking out as many iHubs as possible. They didn't take them out, but they did timers on them. Now, those timers are ticking away and repairing themselves right now. So if there is no consistent pressure on Paragon Sol, those infrastructure hubs will repair themselves naturally over time. But the counteroffensive came yesterday when there was a surprise attack in TCAG there on the period basis side of thing. And what they had, I think that was over an iHub as well. And the Imperium, this wasn't a timer, so they didn't know that anything was going to happen. So it was essentially a surprise attack, and it was repelled by the Imperium in period basis. So they defended that. It's almost like somebody reaching their hand into your cookie jar, and they slapped it, and the hand was withdrawn. But they exacted a pretty good price for it, which may not mean a lot as far as ISK war goes. But the ISK war was 2-to-1, or it was a 66% efficiency for the legacy, which withdrew after capitals were dropped because they escalated. So it was really good. I mean, that was a really good fight, as Ron was telling us yesterday. It was a classic escalation, and Legacy basically got outmatched because they were not ready to go any further than they did, and they withdrew. But it was a big attack. It was repelled, and period basis is still intact without any damage. Yes, and there's a good point that Chiromancer makes. Imperium is fighting a defensive war with some rhetoric too that makes them fight an offensive war. In other words, they jumped into Paragon Sol, so they're fighting a defensive war, but they are lashing out as well, and they are threatening to destroy tests. So in a sense, even though they're being invaded, they have plans of their own should they repel. So it's not just like they want to defend their space and that's it. They also have an agenda to annihilate test, which from Billy's point of view is how they react. If you have an agreement with them and you step out of that agreement, then that's a cause for war, basically, according to Billy, on how who was in Goon Swarm before, in how they react. Now, the reason I bring that up is because when Billy basically announced we're not going to have a non-invasion pact anymore, the Imperium said, we know what you're up to. You're out to attack us, and we've known it for a while. Now, I don't know what a while is, but Billy had decided to attack the Imperium, so the Imperium was correct in assuming that they were going to be attacked. And in that sense, absolutely correct. Imperium is fighting a defensive war in that sense. But the decision to do that war came in early June, I think it was. Billy was looking up the date when we asked him. We were asking him to prove when he had decided to attack Imperium, and were they, in fact, correct in knowing that they were going to be attacked by test. And Billy, I think, had a hard time answering that, and so he was looking up dates, trying to figure out when he decided it. But essentially, from his perspective, they had marched, the legacy that belongs here in the south had marched all the way up here into drones to put pressure on Andafam, basically. Fraternity and Legacy had fought, right? Legacy was at war with Winter Coalition, and they were going to go up there and put pressure on them in the drone regions. And the ally of Winter Coalition is now Pandemic Legion Horde, Andafam, yeah. And
they were allied before.
What's that? They were allies before?
PenFam were allies with Fraternity before eviction of Fraternity.
Yes.
They just showed up in small numbers, but they were allies.
Yeah, they were definitely allies. So PanFam and Winter Coalition were in this area. Legacy deployed to attack. Delve, or Imperium, was supposed to help them but for some reason didn't show up. I don't know what that reason was. Again, this is according to Villy. And in turn, that is when he decided, if you are not going to help us with our goals, then what's the point of this? What's the point of this treaty between us? So he decided then it was time to attack the Imperium, and he flipped it on its head and said, instead of attacking Winter Coalition, instead of attacking PanFam, why don't we all attack the Imperium? And according to Villy, that was in June, the beginning of June, which would have been about a month ago. Yeah,
Seems
so
like a self-fulfilling prophecy.
right.
So
And
if you break your relations with goons, they will attack you, so you should attack them.
right. And so here's a question that Maker67 puts out there, or a statement. He says, PGL, which is Pro God Legend, stated that in his speech they had been working on this for a long time. And I asked them about that, and their answer, or Villy's answer, was, yeah, of course, this has been thought about for a long time. This was thought about before Legacy arrived in the South in 2017, January, because there was really always going to be a reckoning at some point that would have to happen with the Imperium. But they decided to side with them for a long time. But there was always the plan on the shelf to attack the Imperium. And so when ProGod says this was something they had planned a long time ago, yeah, the seeds were in the ground a long time ago. Villy says the seeds are in the ground for many things. There's all kinds of different plans. But the actual execution of let's do it, now is the time, this has to happen, it's inevitable, let's go with it, let's get allies to make this happen, according to Villy, that started in June, early June. So ProGod, by the way, is a huge enemy of the Imperium, or Goonswarm specifically. Always has been. Since the day after he left Providence, he was in LFA as a fleet commander. Since Nully Segunda started, I think he's always wanted to kick Goon butt. That was like his whole thing. So there was never been a time where ProGod wasn't ready to attack Goonswarm. And he led Test, actually, as a guest fleet commander in the Fountain War a long time ago. A lot of his speeches at the time were, this is the time to beat Goonswarm. Way back in 2013, 2014, he was saying, this is the time. If we don't do it now, we'll never do it, etc. He's been kind of right about some things, because Goonswarm wasn't well attacked on Fountain War. Fountain War kind of fell apart. Test just couldn't put it together. They had a small fleet commanding bench. There wasn't a lot of them. The players were very new to the game, just wanted to have fun, weren't very organized. There was a lot of things that were not going right for Test during the Fountain War. They grew really big, but without a Pandemic Legion to help them execute, they were not that powerful. So Pandemic Legion started the Fountain War, but then they took off. I think there was still an ambiguity about, do they really want to attack Goonswarm? They were actually allied with Goonswarm for a long time. So it wasn't really at the top of their list, and there was some ambiguity. Manfred Sidious was leading that campaign, is the one that had the last call. And he's the one that put them there and said, yeah, we're going to fight these guys. I don't like them personally. I don't like them. They have offended me personally. They did something to him that was really bad. And so he had a vendetta against Goonswarm. So he took Pandemic Legion to fight them. And Pandemic Legion and Test had worked together a lot. And so there was a lot of... there was some hesitation from other people in Pandemic Legion, but not from Manfred Sidious. So what happened is that the Alliance tournament came up, and Pandemic Legion decided, well, half of us are going to go practice for that tournament. We don't really like this war anyway, whatever. Something like that happened, but PL just kind of fell out. And so NC Dot was there with Nully Segunda, with Test, and they were fighting in Fountain against the Imperium. And then something drastic happen. At that time, all this territory here, this whole territory in the south was owned by Nelly Segunda and NC Dot. It was called N3. And they owned all this: Impasse, Teneriffe, Immensea. They didn't own Providence, but they owned Catch, Hearst, Scalding Pass, Wicked Creek. All of that was owned by them. And so they were betrayed, especially Esoteria here and Impasse. They were betrayed in the middle of the Fountain War by a group that now is Snuff. So I always like pointing that out. Elna was the corporation that betrayed Nelly Segunda. Their director went rogue, dissolved 2 alliances out of 3, dropped all this Sov, and so Manfred Sidious and Progod and Vince, they all had the fleet command to take over the stations in those areas. They didn't take over the Sov because that would take a long time, but in 24 hours, 48 hours, they really took over all that territory with the Sov dropped. So it was a huge circuit breaker on the war in Fountain, which meant that Fountain at that point was being dominated by Goonswarm. And here's a second thing that happened. Up here in the northern part of Fountain, Zort Dragon, who had been the leader of Test and the Honey Badger Coalition, was thrown out unceremoniously when he said, I want to fight Nelly Segunda, because he was personally offended by Pro-God Legend. It was a personal incident that happened at a fan fest. And so Test said, yeah, we don't want to fight Nelly Segunda, so we're not going to do your war. And essentially they got rid of Zort Dragon, or Zort Dragon left. And what he did in revenge against Test was to hand over all this northern Sov over to the Goonswarm, and so that gave them a huge leg up when they were trying to get some space in Fountain, and that created a ton of momentum. And the Imperium, again, does well the longer they fight, so they ended up taking over Fountain because of a lot of different factors, but that war really kind of came apart. And funny enough, Nelly Segunda and Pro-God Legend attacked from Hop Hib back then too. So that's a favorite spot, I guess, of Nelly Segunda. So I think I brought all this up to say that some of the relationships that you're seeing at play now have been in place a long time. Manfred Sidious, for instance, the guy from PL that took PL into the war for Fountain, is now in Test. Pro-God Legend, that was Nelly Segunda, that went into war in Fountain to fight Goonswarm, is now in Test. And Villy, who was actually on the other side of that war, actually I think he was gone for Fountain War, but he was a Goonswarm FC, and he actually left to join Test. So 2 out of 3 of those FCs, Villy not included, are always willing to fight the Imperium, always willing to fight Goonswarm. They always have plans. That's true. I don't know when Villy actually came aboard to that sort of thing. I think he looked at it as more of an inevitability. According to him, there was always an inevitability that they would have to march on Delve.
And that's why we should 3 GX. Because you're saying all these things. It's about relations between people. So someone hated someone is I don't know, said some words in.
So he's so GigX is good at starting personal grudges.
Yep.
Well, he's one of those guys.
I think he don't care about some things. People much calculate things. So this fleet is bigger than ours, then we will not fight. As I said earlier about starting a battle, GX don't care. We fought against him in, I think, Feitabulis a couple of years ago.
Mhm.
His fleet was small and no one will take this fight, but well, he undocked and fights and feeds and he really don't care. He undock
Mhm.
another fleet and go and fight. We just need this guy who don't care, who do not calculate these things, who do math. Just let's go and fight this guy. I hate him. He is ugly or something.
He's ugly.
We need much more. We need much
Well,
more leaders of alliances like this.
like that, right? Yeah, jump in there, fight, ask questions later. Forget diplomatics. Everybody's on the menu. We're gonna fight. We're gonna fight as much as possible. There's good and bad to that. Like if you wanted to enjoy the game and see fights, that's the kind of person you need leading groups because they will fight outnumbered. They won't hide. They won't be that strategic about when to fight, when not to fight. The other side of that coin is World War B, Casino War, is about this, is one of the ingredients that started that war was CO2 losing a lot of fights or fighting and winning and losing a lot of that in Losec, in Hakonen. There was a lot of dread brawls in Hakonen that were really attractive to NC. And PL and Test, and everybody was watching that saying like there's some good fights there. He's putting down a ton of capitals and somebody else is killing them all. Why aren't we killing them all? So that really attracted them to go up north. That was one of the things. And then somebody offered to pay them to do it. And they're like, well, we'll have some fun and we'll get paid so we don't have to worry about these moons and this territory. That's what we came for anyway. And they made agreements to run up there. Of course, in the back of their mind, they're also thinking that this is our chance to attack a very vulnerable Imperium that's sitting up there in the north. And we need to do it now because there are capital ship balances coming that we don't know how that's going to affect capital ships, super capital ships. And this new thing called structures are coming too. And if they get structures like a Keep Star and are able to plant them in Deckline and all over the north, we'll never be able to penetrate and destabilize them again. So we need to do it now. That was all part of the calculation to go in there. Now, it really didn't, that's what started the war. That's not what really maintained it. I think when you had I Want ISK's ability to infuse the groups with money and to cover all their losses. Remember, there's no shortages of stuff now, so you can buy things off the market, and even if it was expensive, an unlimited bank that could fund your war was very helpful. They could basically tell a small alliance, will SRP every loss that you have 100%, including the fit. Just go up there and fight and give us the bill. We'll pay it. That kind of unlimited money helped really sustain that effort. So it was a combination of things. This was an invasion of the North in 2016 when Imperium lost.
There are guys like this Gigix guy, for example.
Yeah.
He loses battles, but it doesn't matter. People still follow him. Or Elonite, for example. There are no money, but Elonites comes to play again, and again 150 men just joins his corps, his alliance, and go and fight. The same with Gigex. He lost everything in the south with this judge. Oh, I don't remember how it was called.
Judgment Day.
And then he appears somewhere in the north, and again 150 men and fleet. He had no money. He had no casino, no nothing.
No
But
income.
he has fleet, and fleet is ready to fight for him.
Yeah, I mean,
money is not always that big thing.
well,
He
he's
was just ready to fight, and a lot of people were following him to fight.
yeah, there's still a lot of people who are fiercely loyal to Gigex. I'm trying to use this 3D mouse, so I'll get used to it before I make people dizzy. I'm strobing a little bit, which is unfortunate. All right, let's look at what chat's saying and see if we can get some. If you guys want to come in to this chat and talk with us about the war from your perspective, whatever perspective that is, and you're doing it in good faith, and we kind of have some idea of who you are so that we don't get into trouble here on Twitch, then jump into Talking in Station's Discord in the public channel and DM me, and then we'll talk about bring you on so that we can talk about different things. So for now, I'm going to go look at some of these. Every time we talk about GigX, it turns into a whole discussion about.
I just think even needs players like Evil Knight, like Gigix, like Snuff. They bring some sort of chaos to the game.
Yeah, so questions about Villy. What was his position in Goon Swarm before he left? Was he jealous of other FCs, or didn't feel respected by them, rather? Or was he well respected? I don't know the answer to that, actually. I'm not familiar with Villy's career. I've just only learned about him post since test rose. Let's look at some other answers here. I think there might be something to that, though. Like maybe he wants to show that he could build an empire too. You know, there's definitely some protege master relationships that go on in EVE Online. You see that with Killer Bee and Pro God Legend. Pro God Legend was kind of the lead FC for Nully Segunda, and Killer Bee came in as kind of a lesser FC, but Killer Bee did a lot of the work. And after Nully Segunda was destroyed by Pandemic Legion picked up Killer Bee. And then later he went on to gain fame in that invasion of the North in 2016, and he's been popular ever since. But there's always been a little bit of... All right, well, let's bring in this Chevron 7. And hope that he's okay. Don't really know. How's it going, Chevron 7? What are you best known as? Are you able to hear me? I'll give you a second to set up there.
Yes. There we go.
Okay. Tell me where you're from in the game, what you're best known as, what your character.
I'm basically from Karma Fleet, so Goon Swarm.
Right. Well, how are you? It's nice to meet you. Like, talk to us about your perspective on the war.
Well, to be really fair, this is something I've been waiting for. After playing the game for such a long time and meeting a lot of people also during Amsterdam, which was my pinnacle, I guess. This is something that made me resubscribe to Eve, in all honesty. And it might play into the hands of Villy and Procot, what they've been proclaiming. But I also want to say, like, it's also because I feel such a connection to, the Imperium, to call it like that.
Mm.
I think there's a lot of rhetoric on both sides. I was hoping for maybe a bigger bang in the beginning, especially after the hype party on the Keepstar. But I guess it's just going to be skirmishes for a bit, as we see, and a lot of tactical play. I've been out there. I mean, a couple days ago, I got killed by Villy and his dreadnought while he was protecting the Anseblex. So it's. I must admit, it does bring a bit more livelihood, at least for me personally.
Yeah, definitely. How long have you played EVE Online before you took a break?
Ooh. Well, basically, I got Eve on CD. If you can still recall that.
I remember
that. So that gives you maybe a little bit of an indication of how long, with obviously intermittent breaks. I think that's also maybe needed sometimes, especially with this game.
Yeah, if you don't take breaks, the game actually takes a little bit of unnatural hold on you, which I've never taken a break, so it feels like it's taken a natural hold. You start to feel like I've been with this game for 7 years, then 9 years, then 12 years I've been with this game. You start to feel married to a video game.
Yeah,
that's
true.
not
True.
that's not really how priorities should align. So it feels weird. I think if you were to say I've gone around and play other games, I come back and check on this game that I like, I think that might be a little healthier, but I'm not sure.
But maybe, I don't know, I'm just asking you personally, like, maybe you found a better balance with the game?
Oh, definitely, yeah. I think that's a very good point that I hadn't thought about. So I didn't necessarily stop skilling up, but I definitely found a way to fit it in. So, whereas other people need to take more distance. Yeah, that makes sense.
Well, it also depends maybe in what area of, because I recall you're on the NC dot site, if I'm not mistaken.
I used to be. I left a year ago.
Used to be.
Actually, October. Yeah.
Oh, well, all right. Why did you leave? Just random sidebar.
Well, it was a number of reasons. I just was misaligned with what they wanted to do, and the things I liked about them had faded away. Like some of the things I liked about them had faded away.
Like an old marriage?
I wouldn't know. I wouldn't know. But it did feel like, no, some of the players that I really liked weren't there anymore, and it just felt like the identity of the place was in question. Like we didn't know, like we didn't really have an identity anymore. I think that was a problem.
I think you hit the nail on the head. I think identity in Eve is something big and really important. And I think that's also one of the reasons why Test and some other entities out there, still remain strong until this day. I don't really agree with the rhetoric about the whole, Eve is dying, so let's make a big war. And, I think it helps for creating the war, if that makes sense.
Yeah. It was something else too. I think the U.S. time zone FCs and I didn't get along very well too. Now that I think about it, that was a part of it too. Or I didn't feel comfortable in their fleets. I kind of felt like, after a while,
culture, right?
Yeah, it's an issue of culture. Yeah. like with a name, like here's my mistake. I went around in NC dot under a different name for a long time, my PvP name. But then I gave that name up, which I knew was a little bit of a risk because I made a speech for Eve Vegas in 2000.
Yeah, I seen it. Yeah.
Oh, did you? Yeah. And
Yeah, it's
I
like a
told,
whole presentation, I believe, right?
yeah, it was a whole
With
presentation.
your timeline. Yeah.
Yeah, but at the end, the reveal was that was actually me that I was talking about. Spoilers. And
Loved it, by the way.
thank you so much. And the problem with that was I gave away that ability of just being another guy. So then every time I showed up, the stakes were higher on me. If I screwed up, it was like, something to celebrate, and it's just a lot of pressure. So that my anonymity was kind of gone, and I didn't help the matter because I was like, fine, just change my name to Matterall, which was probably a mistake too because then people who didn't put two and two together could see who I was, and that just put a lot more pressure on just enjoying the game. So I had to make sure that all my fits were tight. I had to make sure that all my actions were solid, and I'm not that kind of player anymore. So I just thought I need to back out and relax, play this game in a different way. Most of my attention goes to bringing the game to other people now. So being an NC dot didn't mean as much to me. I like the guys. I liked everybody in there. There was not... The FCs were even fine too. They're not that bad. But, they're young. And they act young. And sometimes I'd rather sit back and be hanging out with older guys, more mature. We're all kind of like former nerds, but we're all also very interesting and I like to say employable, right? Like we're all people that could hold a job kind of thing. And so those are like my people. And I figured I'm just going to hang out with them. This is my time. It's my money. It's my dime for my entertainment. So talking in stations for me really fulfilled that, hanging out with people I wanted to hang out with.
Well, that's another thing that came out of it, right? Like it's a like evolution almost.
Yeah, you get to that point. One other thing I want to make clear, NC dot, they're not that bad. They're actually one of the better cultures for nullsec, in my opinion, because Vince doesn't allow a lot of drama, and he doesn't allow it to get too garbagey as far as other groups do.
To be honest, I've seen drama in every group. From the back old days with AAA, Louis Secunda, Atlas Alliance, you name it. Like I've not experienced the NC and PL side, just because of culture. I guess you roll into a culture. Is how I perceive Eve, and I think every club has its own pros and cons. Let me put it this way. During Amsterdam, just before the whole Corona stuff, and they canceled the timelines. I actually had the pleasure to meet some of them. Also, I think Killer B was there as well.
Mm-hmm.
I think, yeah, it's. I think the community in Eve, that's something really special. I just hope that it's going to be a good war. That's why I resubbed, because I like the activity. I like pew-pewing. And I think a lot of other goons also really be waiting for this moment, to be really honest.
Yeah, I think so too. I think that's not a story that's usually told, because the way that Pro God Legend, who we're both familiar with, put it, he was saying that Imperium guys, well, he's saying Imperium leadership are an enemy to this kind of fun. But I guess he made a distinction that the actual F1 guys in Imperium want to have fun too, but they're really not pushed in that direction. That was the narrative coming out of Legacy or EGL. In order to say, like, this is a fight that's bigger than just two groups fighting. This is a fight about the soul of the game. We want to come back and fight and have fun, then we need to take out big groups like this. And that was the way he is positioning the cause. But I think what's underestimated is that there's a ton of people in the Imperium that are just like everybody else that want to have a good time and fight. And like you said, you resub for this and you're from Karma Fleet. So those kinds of people that thrive on this kind of thing, that's all over. It's on both sides.
The only thing that caught me a little bit by surprise is how it became the basically Eve versus the Imperium. I was a little bit surprised by that. I mean, I knew that. Well, I think in hindsight, maybe not, but still a little bit, because the whole test thing, that was, I don't know, that was going to come sooner or later, you know, like. But it seems such a huge, let's call it the huge blue donut, because in all fairness, it is the biggest blue donut in the history of Eve.
Yeah.
Right? Like,
sure feels that way.
And obviously, we've all been through those periods where, you know, cross sides, they're blaming like, oh, you know, blue donut this, but this is, in my opinion, like the biggest blue donut I've ever seen in the game. If it comes to you know, to merit, we'll see about that. But that's I think I'm not sure about that structure. Let me put it this way. I mean, when Winter Coalition came in, I remember that was a little bit of a like, oh, the Chinese are invading our server, you know. And then you start banding people together, and then it, you know, seems like it's not that bad. So, you know, let them be on that side of the map. But now it's like entire galaxy versus goons because of what? That's something like the Test and goons have history, but there's so many groups that are being dragged into this that I kind of scratch my back of my head of like, what's going on here? Hopefully a lot of content, but it does have me worried a little bit.
Yeah.
What groups? As I see the map, there are only 3 groups: Imperium, Panda Farm, and Tests. If if they were not Test to fight goons, no war, because you know, Imperium is much stronger than Panfam, I think.
I'm not gonna lie, I'm very confident in the Imperium. Always have been. I will repeat this. I mean, I've said this in other games as well. I bring the things I learn from the Imperium, I bring those like to fruition in other games, and a lot of it has to do with really solid structure, and also good leadership, and also have solid, you know, leader. Almost like you can almost compare it to dictatorship, but it just works for this kind of gameplay.
What are some of those lessons, out of curiosity?
Well, in all fairness, it's not it's bare basics. It's just like, I don't know. Best compared to like military grade, if that makes any sense. I've been in another game, the Chinese made a clone of Eve Online, and they called it Second Galaxy. Whilst we now have Eve Echoes, but in Second Galaxy, for example, I've been in alliances where there's a whole big giant Senate system and voting going on. You know what I mean? And what I noticed is that you end up usually in a very difficult position as a leader that needs to lead an alliance, because there's always going to be a split. You know what I mean? And that's one of the big things I learned, is that, you know, yes, input is valuable. It's invaluable. You know, like you need it, but it cannot go to such a point where it brings your organization to a stagnation point. And I think that's something that the Imperium, you know, they just have that. They have that loyalty in people. They have the member base and just, you know, good people. Obviously, from the outside, people will always mock and say like, you know, oh, they're the baddies. But, you know, from my own personal experience in Karma Fleet, which will probably be my last ever corp in this game.
Yeah.
There's been such a, I don't know, welcoming and helpful atmosphere, and I can only talk for the section that I'm part of, right? Like, I mean, you hear rumors and you see things, but I can only really experience like how my corp and how they function within an alliance. And I think that's just something that's really important. And if you look at other entities where there's a bit more free will, of course they can band together, but you always see that it's a little bit more disorganized and it's always slower reaction times. And in this game, as you guys know, reaction times and tactics, especially with the type of style warfare, it's crucial.
I like that. You found your home, so this is your last corporation. You're not going to go anywhere after
Yeah,
this.
I can. Yeah, I'm pretty much. I'm confident in that. In that, yes. I don't think the game is gonna change that much anymore, if that makes sense. I know we've all probably tried the the Aether Wars, and that gave me a little bit of a jolt. It gave me a little bit of like, oh, the like you're flying in a tiny ship next to a Titan. You know what I mean? Like that
Yeah.
gave a little bit of
The
an awe
scale,
effect. It's like
the scope.
yes, and that was really awesome. But I personally do not believe that that's going to be our Eve. What we're doing here right now. That's just my personal opinion. I think there's gonna be a lot of feature and improvement and stuff like that. But the type of innovation that they're portraying with the Aether Wars, I personally am not completely confident that we will see that happen. Maybe it'll be an Eve 2.0. I'm not sure how they what they're planning. So I'm firmly set that what we have now, unless they completely change the sovereignty warfare, but that's not going to happen. I mean, how long have we, mocked fuzzies off? Yeah, I think that's just something that's off the table. They'll tweak like you see them doing with the citadels and the structures, but the main principle it's still the same. It's all the same.
Well, they changed the sovereignty mechanics like on average every 6 years, I think. So if that's the case, Fozzie came in what, 2015, I think. So I don't know if they'll overhaul it. I don't know if they'll overhaul it. I don't think there's any indication that they're going to change Sov. Even though there's a bit of an appetite for it, there's always been that appetite for the whole 5 years that it's been around. That's interesting.
How did you experience it? What's your personal experience with that type of warfare? I mean, you've got the fleet fights and the fun and the bomber games, but the sovereignty type of warfare, like, what's your take on it?
Well, actually, let me defer that question over to Samarka, because you said that you do like Entosis, right?
It is first of all challenging, and then now you're talking about big blocks. I understand that for 20,000 goons, this Vuzisov is a little bit annoying. But think, for example, that you're in a alliance of 100 people, and you try to take Sov. With old Sov system, it will never happen. So I think Vuzisov is good for the game. It is challenging. It's another type of game, I think. Maybe. It's like chess sometimes.
It's a mini game. But do you see that small groups can really, because we're talking about like the big blocks, right? And in my opinion, like there's no way any smaller group or newer. Let's also talk about like future of Eve. Like they're talking about like retention of newbies and stuff like that. To play the game. One of those factors also is like if you're not in a significant party. Doing that soft warfare, it's, in my opinion, what I experienced, almost pointless. There's no way a smaller entity can chip away at bigger, blocks, if that makes sense. And that's just the way the sovereignty works, and the timers is what I'm talking about. Not necessarily the Entosis itself, but also like the timers that come with it. And in my opinion, this thing that they created, it completely moves towards the bigger blocks, because those are the people that can field, X amount of people at X certain times. So unless you're fighting bigger blocks, it's not even a challenge. So that's why this war is exciting, because you got people that can do that stuff because they got big groups and numbers.
Mhm.
But besides these events, you know what I mean? When this war is over, and there's going to be another era of peace, whenever, soft war for maybe for the smaller entities in the outskirts, but there's no real incentive, right, for any other entity to mess around with Solve, for example, their goons, PL, or whatever it has. And that's, in my opinion, the biggest threat to the game. Not the big blocks itself, but the inability of a mechanic to enable newer players or smaller groups to do something against it, or put more pressure on them, at least. You know what I mean?
Yep, but if these groups survive, for example, I understand that small alliance just from High cannot take Sov and Delta, or Oasa or Spire, or something like this, but they can go to some Will of the Silent, Scalding Pass, Wicked Creek, on the borders of big alliances. And if you have, I do not how to say it in English. If you in those, then this big group will say, okay, let them have this soft. We will even blue them because we're tired. We do not want it anymore.
Yeah, I see what you mean.
Spot, are you here
I see
still?
what you mean.
No, okay. I was going to have him translate that word, but go ahead. We're
here,
discussing
but-
Aegis. Oh yeah, it's totally relaxing. It's in the right mood there. Good on you, Spot. I just wanted to.
There we go.
Oh, awesome.
So-
We're talking about Aegis, and I think it was Chevron. Is that your name, Chevron 7? Is that what you're best known as? Or what's your character's name?
That's it's my name. It's that's my character. That's why I go at. Yeah.
Yeah, and you were saying you seem to know Nully very well. Were you in Nully?
Yes, actually. So basically, all the stuff that you hear going past about, how Nully was killed. I think I might have even been in Nully when it was killed. You know what I mean? Like,
yeah.
I've lived through these separate phases, just like Gentleman's Club, and I've seen I was there when Bob got wrecked, destroyed.
Oh, you were in Gentleman's Club?
Yes, I was.
Oh, okay.
Yes, I was.
Well, I think.
Yeah.
Gents was a big part of N3, actually. Or not Gents, that's Gentleman's Club. It was a G Club. Was a big part of N3, wasn't it? It was one of those groups that was with Nully.
Yeah, it was one of those things. So, I've seen a lot of spectrums, just like I saw when Bob, crumbled. I literally was flying in a small ship reporting for Eve Radio at that time. So.
Oh wow! When did you start?
That's quite hilarious.
When did you start? Yeah, that is hilarious.
It's a long. It's like I said, like the original CD and the account with that. I think I never.
That was 2004 or 2003.
But this character is from 2006, I believe.
Yeah. So how has it changed for you since you were there when war was being waged that people would talk about a decade later? What was it like when you were there at the time? Did you know that the things that were happening were something that people would remember for a long time?
At that current time, I must admit I was very oblivious to the grander scheme of politics. I was also, I would say, in my grown-up phase of the game. Like, you start out as a noob, or I think you could even mine with a Megatron or something like that back in the day when you first started out. Super weird. No, but then I went through some smaller corps and from friends and people you meet, and then you start to see that the bigger fights are happening, and you want to be part of that big fleet. You know what I mean? You want to be part of the big fights, and then you roll into it. but I was very oblivious about the politics initially.
Yeah.
I just was looking for a group that did the fleet PvP basically on a grander scale, because for me that was my vision of Eve when I saw it. When you see the commercials, it's about the fleet battles, not about mining in your own. I mean, of course, it's a valuable thing, but it's not what you're being, shown. It's all the action you're being shown. And then finding out slowly how groups organize, and I must say I was impressed then, and like even more now, with all the people in hierarchies and fleet FCs. I really enjoyed that. At that stage, I didn't even care like if we're dying or losing or winning. Like it was all about that, I guess, being drilled into a big fleet, or instill that thing. And then later on, once you get that drilled down, basically you know the drill, and you start, maybe, at least for me, started to read more articles and develop a bit more sense of the political landscape and also the soft landscape. But that came later, I must say. In the beginning, as a player, that was absolutely a non-factor for me.
Yeah. Well, because I think people have to remember, before EVE Online, like the biggest fight you could get into was, one of those military, what was it? Military games where there might have been maybe 64 people total, 32 versus 32, maybe.
Yeah.
But
Exactly.
that was the era of Counter-Strike, where people were like crews of 8, or I don't know, how big did Counter-Strike get for a crew? Like 6, was it 8 or 16? I don't know. But it was you're very much like a patrol, a unit, a small unit, and those were your guys, and you coordinated attacks together and that sort of stuff. And this is when EVE was born, and you started seeing fights that were much bigger than that. 40 on 40 was a big fight when it first started. And then
True.
rather quickly, what kind of scale were you talking about when you were first fighting?
Well, eventually I ended up in the BTEC Rs and stuff like that. So the super big ones. But I can't even really remember my first big fleet fight in that sense. But I guess maybe I would call it like I was in auto already with 100 in a fleet, for example.
Mm-hmm.
And then as soon as I kept playing, because that's also an important thing, like you have your character progress, you can do more stuff, so you become more of an asset, and the game also becomes more fun, because
Mm-hmm.
now basically you can join in so many more ops, and that's where in my opinion the game content is driven, is the fleet commanders and the ops. In my opinion, those are the invaluable assets to the game, and that just gave me a whole wide range of fun, basically. And it, whether you're on a good or a bad side, it doesn't really matter at that stage, because you need both. Otherwise, the game is not fun, obviously.
Yeah, I think the most fun that I was having was,
I remember the server crashing.
Yeah, remember
when the
those?
fleets were too big.
Yeah. And that was a good limiter, right? Tie-dye was kind of like
I agree.
a mixed blessing.
I agree. I still am. I mean, because of tie-dye, at least stuff does happen instead of just shuts off. But I agree with you with that limiter kind of perspective.
Right. There was some fights
that it did suck.
You weren't going to fly to, because you didn't know if you were going to like have any fun or not. So there was kind of like, no, it's too far away and too many people. Let's not be a part of that.
Well, that plus am I gonna get in? I believe at that stage it was like, the main question was, even if you go, like, can you even get in the system?
That's an excellent point. Absolutely.
Yeah.
Will I be able to
see
participate?
All these people waiting.
Yeah.
Yeah, but even those were like, it was exciting. It gave another edge. You know what I mean? Like the system, everybody's rushing, and there was a bit of more, frantic, and stuff happened. And now, in my opinion, the warfare, and also with the Imperium Wars before, which I attend when we went up north, without a party willing to fight. Or when you have a stalemate as a line member, so because I'm portraying the line member here, it becomes a little bit less fun. once both sides really reel up their fleets, and whether it's small or big, that's up to them, and have that real confrontation. You see it happening, but I think it's not World War feeling for me yet, if that makes any sense. I mean, I know that shit is kicking off for sure, but I don't know. I reminisce to the days where there were like continuous like battleship fleets, stuff like that.
Yeah, there's something about that. Even just on your way there, seeing, seeing your guys fly through space, and there might have only been like 30, 40, 50 of them. There was something about the excitement of, you really did feel like you were a wolf pack or bigger flying towards an event, and it was pretty thrilling.
Exactly. I think you hit the nail on the head. Is that excitement of going to the event, and now you see a lot more, smaller tactical play, which is fair game. It's all part of warfare. But me, as my personal taste, I really love those head-to-head like battleship fleets, or where you die and you get in your new battleship and poof, you're being jumped in again. That's the battles I enjoyed the most in the past, I would say.
Yeah. Kind of before tie-dye. I'll tell you what tie-dye was good for. Hi, Billy. Well, we're going to ask you a bunch of questions in a second and see what's going on. But one of the things I liked about tie-dye was that I could then play at the office, because everything was so slow that I could literally fire guns and then go and do something else for like sometimes 20 minutes. Come back and my guns had just cycled. So then I'd fire guns again, and then I'd walk off and do some stuff, go to lunch, come back, fire my guns again. And I was like, I just got 100 kills.
There's a little bit of you're completely right, but there's a little danger there, because tie-dye, it can decrease. So if you are away and all of a sudden tie-dye, not that it magically disappears, but if it decreases, right, like you miss your timing and you're dead, like that's another, it's a double-edged sword sometimes.
At 10%, it was so slow, literally 6-hour fights. True. It was the crazy. Momentum would swing long before that. My problem was getting back home, because at some point I would just get stranded all the time. And ProGod was terrible about going and picking up like stranded pilots. He'd be like, yeah, we'll come get you later, and then just totally forget about it. So you'd have to, in your battleship, figure out how to get back home without getting tackled. All right.
I think I remember those times.
Yeah. Good reminiscing with you, Chevron. We're going to talk to Billy. Hang out with us. Billy, are you okay to hear me?
Yeah, how you doing?
Good. How are you doing is the question. Are you getting any sleep? You figured out how to take care of yourself in the middle of a campaign, but this has just started, so tell us what's gone on so far.
Discord. I mean, we're 2.5 days in, I guess, at this point. The first big, huge push by Imperium against Esoteric Paragon Sol was last night. They formed between 400 and 800 people to try and contest timers. We blocked them, locked them down, separated them, split them up, trapped them, and they kind of squeezed out through some wormholes pretty poorly. I mean, there's been 3, 4, 5 large fights already along the 3 different fronts, which is getting very close to the entirety of World War B1 already. So certainly things continue to heat up. Obviously today we had the 407 iHub, which was reinforced, which is unlikely to see significant contest, but will be an interesting timer nonetheless. NC, PL, PanFam, etc. continue to move into Hofib. Test is finally getting a good chance to move into FAT. D-P area is continuing to be kind of controlled. We went green today, put the Rorks back in the belts, and had a pretty chill afternoon. Things are going good.
Well, I heard today was going to be a relaxing day, but tomorrow there was going to be a bunch of stuff because timers were going to be coming up.
So yeah, there's some really interesting timers tomorrow. There is a timer in Imperium Basis, 1 minute different from a timer in Fountain. So how the Imperium 2 that will be quite interesting. and should be quite interesting to say the least.
So they have to either split up or they have to pick one.
Splitting up is obviously not ideal, and picking one is not ideal either. So that's how you force your opponent into bad choices, right? So
Let's go over some stuff here. Thanks for getting us up to speed. I want to spell your name right, not Vli.
yeah, 2 L's if you need to. I understand.
But Elo Knight is rumored to have signed up with the Imperium. First of all, do you know if that's true in any way?
He was there last night. We were kind of laughing as he kind of left his fleet behind to die.
What happened?
During the so they had been trapped for 3 to 4 hours last night during the timer contest, so they'd just been like doing circles around the constellation trying to find a way out, and like bit by bit we had been closing off all the wormholes they had used to get into Paragon Soul, so one by one we were closing them. Eventually we were down to the last one, and they made a run for it. We got the Titan super fleet there. Just as Elo was arriving on grid in front of his fleet, he burned the wormhole and jumped out, and then his fleet landed on grid and got thoroughly murdered. So we were laughing at that one quite a bit.
He's not known for working those wormholes very well. I remember his fleet's getting cut in half a few times.
I think they do okay.
I remember I think it was when Thera came out, they were starting to use that as a transit point, and I think he lost 2 fleets in that they got chopped in half because the calculations were off.
I'm not sure if it was his fleet or Asher's fleet, but I know that he was there and Asher was there.
Today, you mean?
No, last night.
Oh, last night. Yeah. Okay. So he has appeared. He is fighting for the Imperium. Last time he fought in a war this scale, he was fighting for, well, fraternity, let's say, because that was a war this scale. But last time we saw an invasion like this, he was fighting in the north for the Imperium. He was White Legion at that point. You remember them?
Yep.
And how did White Legion perform? My understanding was they didn't make a huge difference, but you might have more detail than I do.
No, I think they made a little bit of difference in that war, but it's important to understand that White Legion was an actual corporation and alliance at the time, and I can't remember if it was an alliance or just a corporation. But now, like, Origin has been, like, Elo Knight's corporation has been kind of like withering and dying for the last little while, and there's rumors of lots of people leaving and not super happy with the idea of going to work for the Imperium, I know, so... Elo Knight's always kind of been one of those guys that gets all the credit for the people that enable him. He has some really great people behind him, like most of us do. And I know that he's not walking into this situation with all of those people behind him anymore. So I'm really kind of curious as to how this is all going to play out, to be honest.
Oh, because he doesn't have all that support staff you're saying that is kind of necessary to set up the successes.
Correct, right? So, I don't know if Tiana's still with him. I know, I don't know if Doom Bunny's still with him. There's a crew of people in Origin that are really important to the success of everything Elo's done, and they very often are kind of forgotten about in the discussion. But I'm not sure if they're all kind of down to be, part of the Imperium kind of thing and helping the bad guy. So I'm kind of curious as to how this will all play out for Elo for sure. And certainly, even if Elo goes on one fleet, which, as I said, I don't think he actually led the fleet last night. I think it might have been Asher. I'm not sure, but Elo's still been quite inactive for the last while, so it's hard to say.
Sorry, it was a wife attack. This is something that okay, well, thanks for talking about Elo. Let's actually talk about you, because we had a question come up earlier about your role in Fountain War. I don't know if you were active at the time. I heard you were active up until Fountain War and then before. But anyway, let's go back.
I ran the Fountain War.
Okay, so I was totally off on that. Tell us about your experience, like beginning of the game. Catch us up on Villy and your career.
Oh Jesus, bro, that's
It's super long, I know, but let's. I'll tell you what. Just give us up to Fountain War, to the end of Fountain War for now.
up to the Fountain War. Oh jeez. Okay, let me pull up.
Yeah. See if you can scrape your memory there, because I think people want to know. I think it's becoming clear that you're kind of leading this invasion. At least your face is on this in a big way. And I don't think people know how long you've been around.
All right, so I started playing 2005. First Alliance was a group called Coalition of Empires. First Corporation was a group called Night Shift Cowboys of Eve. I was a role player for the Canid race for a little while before Canid actually got its own race in the
Wait.
skins bloodlines there.
Stop there. You were a role player?
Yeah,
No way. Interesting.
the old relinquished crew. Yeah. So we were fighting for the good cause. Did that for a while. Met up with some friends that I'd work with over the years in that crew. Joined a corporation called Beagle Corp, which was very much the 2006 era Origin, aka Elo Knights Corp, where there'd be a ton of interesting people that I'd work with over the years, from the original INZI and many well-known faces from that corporation. After that, somebody messaged me on Twitch and I closed the document. Well, no, I actually wrote, I was talking with Andrew Groen, so I had to put this in onto Word so that I could actually go over it. So I actually have it kind of semi handy, I guess. This is just the super highlights version. Was in Beagle Corp for a long time. Ton of great people. Joined Mercenary Coalition with the formation of Eternity Inc. When that formed. Became an FC there. Was involved with the first mothership kill in Eve.
Ooh.
Was basically high command member of Mercenary Coalition.
What was that mothership,
The
by
highest.
the way? Was that a Nix or?
It was an Aeon owned by Helen, if I recall. And it was entirely random that I had any real involvement. I crashed on when we settled it. We settled in a cap fleet, and myself and one other person crashed on jump in. So when we logged back, Helen in the Aeon was shooting the Naglfar, and I was a Chimera at the time. And the only real way to tackle a supercarrier back then was via desync more than anything, because you basically had to land a dictor bubble on someone before they initiated warp. So if they initiated warp, if they had initiated warp and you put a dictor bubble on them, it didn't cancel the warp back then. So the only way to tackle a supercarrier was effectively to bump them so they couldn't align into warp. So at the time, there was only two of us on grid. I literally parked my Chimera directly on front of him before any dictor arrives and managed to get the desync bump. And then the remaining the capital fleet came back and we killed him. There's actually an Evil Thug video about it, if somewhere.
Yeah, Evil Thug from AAA.
Well, it's actually a Loxy Rider video with Evil Thug appearance, I guess. I had the highest killer of the old MC, overtaking Farjung just at the very end of Mercenary Coalition's life. I became the CEO of Eternity Inc. Until its first kind of death. We founded the Project Alice Alliance, and we held Sov in Pureblind in 2007 era. Was a senior FC in Razor for a while. I joined Razor after Eternity.
Oh, check that out.
And was a commander in the Delve Campaign 1 versus Bob. Defending FC for, I think I was in mostly Harmless at the time, or Razor in both of the Max campaigns. Left large-scale null-set groups life for a while to rejoin some of my friends back from the RP community 2 or 3 years ago at that time, to join a small gang PvP alliance called Exalted. Worked with them for a while. Great fun. We camped mostly around ScarCon, L4X. Lots of craziness. Went back with some friends, put Eternity Inc. back together, rejoined Mostly Harmless, the alliance, with a friend of mine from Eternity minus ATOC. Eventually, there was some conflict between Eternity in Mostly Harmless, and Mostly Harmless kicked us, and we joined Goonswarm shortly after. I became main FC for Goonswarm. I originally started with Goonswarm by leading all of the incursion fleets for like the first few months. Killed the first mothership, built the first Revenant, first person to fly one.
We're the first
I
person.
became part of.
Say
Yeah,
that
so
again. Say that again.
So we built the first Revenant, and I had to park Villy in it just to hold it because you couldn't just put it in a Keepstar at the time. And there's not a ton of people that were dual trained into capitals kind of thing. So I also have the dual role of having been involved in building the first Revenant and being the first person to sit in one, and then selling it off for 40 billion because we had like 50 people that we had to pay out for that. Member of the Three Legs FC team, which was Laz, Villy, and V. So we kind of maintained the CFC's kind of FC core and made sure everything kind of went well and the CFC was able to function well. Was kind of one of the main FCs for the invasion of Declan by PL and Evoke and C. When they came in after the old Northern coalition was collapsing. Held the line there. I was the first FC to ever defeat a Tengu fleet in the field, which at the time was a pretty massive, pretty huge thing.
I was in those
First
fleets,
FC,
by the way, so you defeated me.
probably.
Those are
I
the,
mean, we
those are
only
the-
killed like 12 Tengus, but it was the first time like a Tengu fleet had ever been beaten at the time. So, I was the FC for the Trail of Tears capital move. There's lots of memes about that one. When we went from Declan to Delve, and it was just like the ultimate shit show. It was one
Wait,
of the
was
primary
that-
FCs for the.
Wait, how
Go ahead,
long
sorry.
ago was that Trail of Tears?
2011, I think.
So this was before the 2016 lily pad transition that happened after World War B, the Casino War.
Lily pad conversion.
Well, lily pad, where they had to basically take the supers and hop on Astra houses all the way down to Delve. That's what I talked
Yeah,
about.
that's 2016.
Yeah, that's recent history. This is 2011. Okay.
Yeah, this was just one of our casual capital moves, or maybe it was a capital move or something else.
Yeah. Or it says the Delve 2012 war is what he's talking about. Trail of Tears.
Yeah, that
Go on,
sounds
Billy.
right.
Yeah, go on. Keep reading your life.
Okay. Where was I? Primary FC for the Fountain War, or one of the primary FCs. I mean, all three of us did lots of work for it.
Who's the three of you?
Pioneered.
There was Boat, you, who else?
It was Laz, V, and Villy.
Oh, it wasn't Boat. Okay.
I mean,
got
Boat's an
benched.
omnipresent. Boat is an omnipresent figure in Goonswarm FC history, and what he does is something entirely different than what we did. Boat would always be the one to take on the hard task and just slog through it and get it done. It wasn't always done the best, but like the man just got stuff done. In he could put in the hours, and I used to kind of codify him as a different type of FC. I would codify him as like the 24/7 FC, where many of us were. I have different categories of FCs, I guess you could say.
Mm-hmm.
And that was always my class for Boat, where no matter what needed done 24/7, if you asked Boat to do it, he would find a way to get it done. So I just don't tolerate people talking shit about Boat. He's a good guy. Pioneered kamikaze bombing in the Fountain War, which was probably one of the most important fights of it. In the Zulu 9 Papa Papa battle, Z9PP. First and only FC to ever really run an Omega fleet, which was the Naglfar artillery shots. Pioneered waterboarding in the Howling War.
That's
One
a
of the
big
primary
one.
FCs for that war. Super Cap FC for Head GP, the fight right before BTAC-R. without my internet for BTEC-R, thus missing a fight I spent 6 months to set up.
Oh, I didn't know you missed that because your
Yeah,
internet
yeah,
was
yeah.
out. Oh,
Yeah, I was moving apartments, so you know how you like, okay, here's my modem, you turn it in, and then like I'm moving to the new place. And anyway, so I got a call that morning, like, Billy, wake up, it's happening, finally. Can't, I've got no internet. It's quite a moment.
that's internet cafes existed then, didn't they? Like,
Yeah, I lived in a poor rural spot. We didn't have no internet cafes. And I can tell you, you can't FC for 12 hours on an internet cafe.
what? It'll cost you thousands of dollars. But yeah, boy, that must have destroyed you because you had done all that work and then to miss out on that one.
Yeah, it was certainly an interesting moment. Um, Inactive for a good chunk of late 14 and early 15 for work. Discarded by Scion of Goonswarm for inactivity and being not needed. That's what I've
Oh,
got written here. So joined
now,
Test Alliance, helped them secure their position in Wicked Creek and begin rebuilding. Oh,
all right, you
almost
went.
got.
Hold on, you went
Go
farther
ahead,
than we
sorry.
wanted to go. You went farther than we wanted to go because I want to zero in on some of that stuff that is critical. These are like evolutionary moments. It's like saying, here's where the fish grew legs, you know, and could walk on land. Some of these things. But let's go take them in reverse order. Where you were purged from Goon Swarm for inactivity because you took a break. What happened there, and what did that make you think? Because that might lead to motivations about what we're looking at these days.
Oh yeah, absolutely. So in 2015, when I came back, I had been doing work for about 8 months, course and training and stuff. I came back and I was like, what do I need to do? And da 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 da. Anyway, so they had kicked me from Illuminati, which is basically the Goonswarm high command channel, and we're like, wow, you're not needed. And I kind of took that as a bit of an insult, but I was like, all right, I'll do whatever. But how do I put this? Trying to think about how to explain this. So I had been like, all right, well, tell me what you fucking need done, but there was nothing to do because we were living in Declan.
Mhm.
You know, the only enemy we had for like 4 regions was Mortis Angels, who I quite literally put a spy in and handled with standard Revere. But you know, anyway, so I got the message of like, well, you need to prove you're active enough to be let back in. And I was pretty insulted at that one.
Yeah.
For the amount
I,
of time I put in the work.
I think
But
Scion, this was an interesting point because Scion was trying to say, we're a meritocracy. You're either producing or you're out. There are guys that had been in there like you that had done stuff in the past, but you weren't as active. And you weren't the only one, but I didn't know you were among that group.
well, the funny thing about that, and one of the things that really upset me at the time was Mr. V, was
Mhm.
just as inactive, if not more so, but wasn't purged. And to me, that was like that extra insult, right? Because generally, when I go into like heavy more war mode, I kind of consider myself like a grinder FC. Like I grind. Like you need stuff done, I find a way to get it done. I grind, morning, day, night kind of thing. Oh, okay. In case anybody's wondering, Mataro's phone is ringing and he's getting weird messages. Anyways, so I was a little annoyed at that one. Anyways, I can't remember. I think they did let me back into Illuminati for a little while, but I was so annoyed at that point, and I had some conversation with Scion, and I was just like, all right, well, fuck you guys. I got no time for this. So, and I had come back, and the corporation that I was still the CEO of at the time, Eternity Inc., was just, it didn't feel like the same corporation I left to the same degree, and that was kind of my impetus to leave, I guess.
So you left Goon Swarm. What made you think of Test? Why Test?
I kind of looked at Test like this, like undeveloped little gem. At the time, they had been fighting actually one of Asher's SIGs in Wicked Creek, and I just saw a ton of potential in what they were able to do with what they had, and thought, here's this kind of unmolded clay, this really like raw gem that could, if it's given the right kind of water and the right kind of control can be built into something great.
So you saw potential there. Where were they fighting? Where were they fighting that Sig from Asher?
In Wicked Creek, where they lived.
Okay, so this is after Brave.
The old UTEC Age constellation in Wicked Creek.
Right. Those are some of the good fights that. Oh, I see. Okay, that makes sense. So Test at that point had been part of Hero Coalition, and they left looking for something else. I think they didn't want to be paired up with Brave anymore. Brave was the big name in that coalition. So Test went over to Scalding Pass and was having some knock-around fights down there against Asher, I guess, got involved in there. Must have seen some fun potential or something. And that's when you looked at them and said, like, these guys, they could grow into something.
Yeah, absolutely. So I literally just wandered around the region near them in a pod, having dropped out of Corporal Goon Swarm, and within 12 hours I had a Corp invite, and off we go.
Wow, so you were like, that's kind of funny. It's kind of mythic, right? You're walking around in some kind of disguise through the dark alleys, and somebody says, like, hey, aren't you that, Sir Lancelot that was part of the Round Table? Was there that kind of a moment where somebody figured out who you were?
I think so, yeah.
How valuable you were?
Yeah, I think it was Dur, or I can't remember who the recruiter was. It's like, why is Villian and no Corp in a pod in here? Didn't
Why are you
take long.
slumming it? That's pretty cool. Okay, going back into time then. So this is when you pick up Test, and you see Test as potential. Clearly now, in reality, we know you were correct. But you also were mad at the way that Goonswarm had treated you, in that they discarded a lot of your history, had double standards. They allowed V to stay, They did, appeal their decisions and stuff. But anyway, you were already turned off to Goonswarm's treatment of you. But let's go. And so all that is correct. Am I right about that?
Most of it, yeah.
Okay, and so has that informed your reasons now for going to war against the Imperium?
Well, when I left Goonswarm, I said, I will see them brought down in a year or two. And I knew that would happen because I knew there just wasn't the FC pool to maintain that alliance at the time. And I actually had a fun little conversation with none other than, I think it was Seraph Basarb. I don't know if you know that name about it. I'm sure the Skype log exists somewhere. But sure enough, a year later, World War B1 happened, and obviously I got to participate in that and throw them down the drain, and that was certainly fun. But I mean, at this point, that kind of memory stuff is like.
Right, so that's true. You already had your, if we want to put it that way, your revenge.
Yeah.
In 2016, so. Trying to find out where your fuel's coming from, like where your motivation is.
To engage in the war?
Yeah, to put this much work into, to this war. This war of basically annihilation, right? Because you're not messing around on this one.
No, I mean, that's certainly true. I don't know. I do it for the guys. I guess it'd be the reason. People need purpose, and I think the game needs to be freed. I think that's quite honestly just hard truth that many people don't want to talk about, right? It's necessary, and somebody's got to do it. And when it comes time that nobody else will. Unfortunately, that's how I've always ended up being the FC. If nobody else will do it, I'll fucking step up and do it. And here we go again.
Kind of story of FC is that they're kind of the last guy to be standing after everybody takes a step backwards when somebody needs a volunteer.
Yeah, I mean, that's definitely one way to say it. I mean, it's tricky, right? There's lots of people that can step up and do it, but not everybody's in the position to be able to make the call either. And strategically, this is not the easy call or the necessarily the most refined, what do you call it? Political play. What's the word I was looking for? I can't remember now. The when you're talking about the real politic play, I guess you could say.
The
It's not the
Machiavellian.
most refined.
Yeah.
Yeah. Because I mean, even if we win, we'll come out weaker probably.
Yeah.
But
And then is Horde
yeah,
going to eat your
I definitely
lunch?
still feel. Well, when the war is over, I mean, we're gonna have PL and NC and Horde and Frat and all the people that are enemies with us still. Uh, mostly the same strength, if not better, because they'll have been involved in a fun war for their guys too. Except they won't have borne the brunt. But I'm ready to take that chance. I'm ready to do what I need to do. If I thought that we couldn't handle it, I wouldn't do it.
So you're well aware that you may be playing right into a plan to collide you against Imperium, and essentially NCPL is third partying this, staying strong while you guys wither each other to dust.
To a degree, yeah.
So what's your answer to that? It's like, one is you either think it's not happening to the extent that is a problem, or you're okay with it because of some other reason. If that's what's happening, or it may not be happening, right?
Okay with what, sorry?
With that scenario, because you're in a triangle here.
Well, I mean, we ended up where we are just by kind of being pushed along the chain. Like it's funny because up until the end of December, last December, effectively, almost none of the political decisions Tess made were really our choice by any degree. It's been we had to go here to do this, we had to go there to do that, we had to go here to defend this. Like, it's just been this long, continuous change for almost 3.5 years of basically forced political play after forced political play in terms of like what we had to do, where we had to do it, the decisions we had to make, unless we wanted to really like break the chains, I guess you could say, and do what probably would have resulted in us suiciding a good chunk of our alliance in one way or another. So this is really the first time we've had any real agency in the decisions we've been able to make for a very long time.
All right. People think I'm being tough on you. I don't think this is very tough, and it's not like
Oh
you
no,
can't
it's
handle it.
I'm certainly open to answering any like.
Yeah.
There's tough and reasonable, and then there's like tough and stupid, right? Like matter as long as you're not like I'm in your head, Billy. I know what you're thinking. Like I'm sure I'll be fine.
Yeah. I've entered your bloodstream, and now I'm going for your heart. I get it. No. It's I'm asking you tough questions because they need to be asked, and these we want to know like the deep background of things, and you're one of the few people, I think. The reason we have you on so much and the reason that we give you so much exposure is because you always deliver. You deliver original thinking. You're telling the truth most of the time. Sometimes we can see some spin. We try to break through that. That's our job. That's not yours. But, you're giving information that is not readily available to players of this game that are in levels far below you as far as how long you've played the game, history, but also positions of power. There are a lot of F1 guys. There are a lot of guys that aren't even in nullsec that don't know the motivations of war, the mechanics of war, what the real strategies are, and that sort of stuff. And you're always up there educating, which we really appreciate. So I think that's a real gift, and we want to make sure that players get that as much as possible. That's our whole job at TIS, is to do that as much as possible. And you and Killer B are really good at that. You guys really impart a lot of info. So is Asher and other people when they're around, but since they're not around, we'll take the high level guys that are teachers.
You'll take the high level guys that are actually allowed to go on the show.
Yeah. Well, it's not just Imperium not allowed to come on TIS, but it's
oh really?
I think NC Dot said don't do any talk shows. We don't want to see you on talk shows or something like that.
Really?
Which is fine. They don't really. I mean, I'm not going to invite the American FCs I don't like them very much. Now that I think about it, I like the European FCs of NC Dot, but
So
besides,
you basically you just don't like your own country. It's like
yeah, I do.
Canadians, Europeans, they're good, but Americans, fuck them.
kind of a theme in my life.
You're not
isn't it?
supposed to admit that one, Monroe.
I've admitted it since 8th grade. Like,
Oh
Yeah.
boy. Okay.
I try to fix
I'll say
my
that.
family before I try to fix somebody else's family. So it comes out of a place of love, but whatever. No, it's just, I go for tone, and are the players coming on to be serious, or are they coming on to clown? And I just have to trust the guests and stuff. That's where that kind of thing comes from, but whatever.
Yeah, and I guess I'm a much more serious person than I'm not a super troll, unfortunately.
Yeah.
I try, but it
sometimes-
never comes off well, or it shows exactly what I'm trying to troll. It's like,
Yeah. You're not a great troll, which is good. But also you take it seriously when it needs to be. I've seen you like troll though sometimes. Anyway, I want to talk more about you though. I want to go back a little bit. Talk about
sure.
Wrecking Machine and the answer to Wrecking Machine, which was what's it called? It's a torture mechanism.
Wrecking ball or waterboarding.
Waterboarding, yeah, the waterboarding. Tell us what that is and why it was important.
So what happened during the Halloween War and before the Halloween War, this had actually been begun in the Fountain War. So drones could be mass assisted to a single player. And we saw this used to a smaller degree in the Fountain War, where we were fighting against primarily Dominixes and Prophecies at the time. And what that does is every ship in the fleet would deploy sentry drones, be it Dominixes or Prophecies, and assist them to their anchor, who was usually a Damnation at the time. Because Damnations actually have enough EHP to survive, and they're probably the only like non-monitor ship in the game that does, when being tried to be headshot. And that Damnation would activate a target painter on whatever they wanted to shoot, and it would trigger every drone in the fleet, which would cause basically the entire fleet of perfect alpha. And I say perfect alpha because as an FC, usually when you're fighting with real ships, you only get one shot of pure alpha. The very first target you broadcast after you land, usually you get what I call perfect alpha, where everybody shoots in sync perfectly every time. That one shot. Because usually after that, everybody's guns are synced in different ways. People aren't pressing their buttons as quick. They lose their attention span, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. But this meant that every single target that the Damnation would trigger his target painter on would cause every drone in the fleet to auto fire on, which meant that you had this beautiful alpha. Like, it was truly insane. And we saw it throughout the Fountain War with the use of slow cats and Dominix as well, Dominix's prophecies. And it really put us in the CFC at the time at a disadvantage because we were using Apox and Megathrons and Baltec fleets primarily, right? And they just weren't as good at Doctrine. But we weren't really in a great position to change, and we were still winning the fights because we had stronger FCs and more people in general. So during the Halloween War, this was a continued problem where we had Dominixes, they had Dominixes, but what was becoming more and more a problem was the slow cat blob. And the slow cat blob was just carriers using this exact same mechanic. So every carrier gets 10 sentry drones. All 10 of those sentry drones auto fire instantly on whatever the Damnation, or in this case, Archon, broadcast as the primary. Basically, it's perfect alpha to the tune of like, I can't remember what a slow cat was for damage, but like 1200 DPS or something crazy.
Yeah.
So once you get like past 70 to 80 carriers, or I think it was even less than that, you basically had the ability to just like point and click vaporize every enemy subcap in the game. And the slow cat fleets just didn't have a counter. There was 120 kilometers of death in a sphere around them, which was basically the max sentry drone range, where you had no ability to engage with them. And as the Halloween War was progressing, we were seeing continued problems trying to handle these slow cats fleets, because the only real counter to slow cats was escalation with dreadnoughts. We were working on our Omega fleet, which was just RD Naglifars at range to try and counter slow cats. And to preempt our counter, which was tried and untested, the attacking side, N3 side, put together the Wrecking Ball formation, which was to use slow cats, but to put super carriers and titans inside of the ball. So basically, the slow cats would orbit at 30 kilometers on their anchor point and create a spherical formation. And from inside that sphere, the center point could put up a sino, and then the supers and titans would jump into that ball, and then because of the way the formation spreads, the main worry with supers and titans at the time was they would bounce away 100 or 200 kilometers and be vulnerable and killed. And this would allow you to deploy supers and titans with your carriers effectively.
So that was one of the weaknesses. When you jumped in a bunch of supers, they would bounce, float away, be vulnerable to destruction. So to do that, they they basically created a big ball of capital ships and injected the super capitals in the middle. So if they bounced, they would hit a capital and bounce back towards the center. Is that it?
Yeah. So basically, you're jumping inside a circular bag almost, and you bounce back in. You would hit one of the carriers on the edge, and you'd bounce back inwards, and they would kind of absorb your momentum. Would be the physics of it.
That's why it was a ball. That's why it was called Wrecking Ball. By the way,
Yes.
I think that was pioneered by Manfred Sidious, wasn't he, who did the slow cats?
Correct, yeah.
Okay. Now part of test as a hate thing against Goonswarm. Okay, but carry on. So it created Wrecking Machine as a counter to the theoretical Omega Fleet, which was Naglfar Dreads.
Right. So, but the problem was Omega Fleet really hadn't been deployed at that point, and the reality was the Wrecking Ball was actually a terrible idea, because what it did is it opened up that doctrine of slow cats to being waterboard. And what I meant by that is, when you moved a group of slow cats around, there was always the extraction problem, right? You had to jump out perfectly in sync or something, and if you didn't do that, then you would lose a carrier or two, and it's not great to lose a carrier. But the problem is when you add super carriers into that equation, the extraction problem is exponentially more difficult, because losing a carrier, if it happens, it's like, all right, well, we lost a carrier, whatever. Losing a super carrier is not an acceptable loss. So anytime a slow cat fleet was deployed with supers because of the Wrecking Ball, we were in a position now where we could send a dictator to them, bubble them, and they cannot extract. Because if even one of the supers is tackled in a bubble, then all of a sudden the risk-reward ratio of extracting is ruined. And I actually remember distinctly kind of laughing about it, and thinking how bad an idea it was at the time. And that opened us up to waterboarding, which was really focused on just it opened them up to waterboarding, which would enable us to basically make these slow cat fleets their lives hell, basically, because they could never move once deployed. And for the remainder of the war, once they did that, there was no real options for the fleet. They were still deployed bit by bit, but every time they were deployed, it become a 2, 3, 4, 5 hour affair for those poor pilots, and that's not kind of fun for anybody usually.
Yeah. So the waterboarding was basically torturing the people who did the Wrecking Ball. So the Wrecking Ball was undefeatable, right? Too much armor, too much alpha. There's no way you're going to break that ball. And that ball was a Death Star. It could destroy anything with one alpha strike, one at a time. So it just picked a rhythm and just ate right through your dreads or whatever else there was. So your idea was to tie them up and make their life hell, hence the torture name of waterboarding, where they couldn't get out. And you held them pinned for hours upon hours upon hours.
Yeah, so I mean, there was no NSA for carriers at the time. So in many cases, a carrier or a saber would be able to warp down, bubble, double click in space, prop mod, and cloak. And if if you didn't have some support there to cover them, which usually these slow cat fleets didn't have, they had no way to kill the saber. So one saber could, in many cases, tie up an entire capital and super capital fleet for almost an hour at a time on his own at times. I saw some really crazy examples of saber piloting during those eras, that age.
Yeah. I think PL's still traumatized by the waterboarding experience. I talked to them.
Well, it was meant to be,
Yeah. And BTAC R, it's crazy. I didn't know you missed BTAC R because you had internet problems. That's nuts. And you were in Head GP, which was only a day before.
It was,
Or-
I think, 3 or 4 days before.
Was it?
A-
Okay.
And I had been kind of the one to make the call not to jump the supers in because, as anybody who remembers that battle, we were having some serious issues with lag, and basically none of our 500 dreads ever loaded. So it turned into an absolute massacre kind of thing.
Yeah. Oh, it was a feeding frenzy on the other side of that battle for NC and PL, and Nully actually was there too. But what actually happened in the Head GP that went wrong? Was it the server or was it?
It was pretty much the server. I mean, the Russians chose to jump their dreads in first, and then I think Laz took our first dread fleet in second, and we were just sitting there waiting to, hear the results of how things were going. But the Russians weren't loading. The Russians weren't loading. Laz wasn't loading. None of the fleets were loading, right? And after like an hour of nobody's loading, and then dead dread starting to show up on the kill board, you have to go, okay, we can't do this with supers, because if especially at that time, if a super jumped into that kind of situation and didn't load, he doesn't turn his hardeners on, which means his EHP is effectively 0, right? This is pre capital shield extenders. They were entirely resist based.
They were
Titan.
0. Yeah.
Yeah, so the EHP of a Titan at the time would have been like 2 mil compared to like 70 mil. And there was just no way we could make the call to bring anything important in. And obviously, if you can't do that, then we can't win the battle. And I think we fed 400 or 500 dreads that day, and then 3 or 4 days later, BTEC-R happened.
Well, that's one of the remarkable things about BTAC-R, that it happened after a defeat of 500 dreads getting chewed up. That's what makes it like kind of ballsy on the part of the big bump on those faxes. Look at those things go. They're flying across. Oh, well. Yep. Made it a little bit exciting about Goon Swarm taking BTAC-R. Actually, Russians took it, and Goons jumped in to help, or decided to jump in to help and to support. But it was kind of nuts that after a defeat like that they still had the courage to go in to the BTAC-R. But the BTAC-R fight, that cataclysmic fight, we won't call it the BTAC-R, but that cataclysmic fight seemed like it was waiting to happen because the two groups seemed to have all their assets within range of each other.
Yep.
You remember the tension before?
I mean, the thing is, like, we had been prepping for BTEC-R for probably a month or two, like, in terms of, like, both super fleets in basically range of each other. And there had been fights in Curse, and there had been fights all around the area, just kind of in preparation for it, that we had been working towards. And we kind of, one thing you do at that level is you kind of set up what are your parameters for battle? Like, what are the conditions where this battle is acceptable for us to have? And we knew the battle had to start between 14 and 1800 Eve time so that we could maximize our Russian allies at the time. And we knew that we wanted to be basically on grid at the same time after. We knew that beforehand, but we were doubly reminded about it in Head GP. So like we had a rough idea of like how this battle had to start for us to take that battle, because if you don't set those conditions, then the battle can happen at any point, and usually that's a recipe for you getting yourself blown the fuck up.
Right.
And that morning when the station whatever happened, and there was a battle with dreads over the station, and that opened up opportunities that were within that engagement profile, and we took this shot, and it went really well for the CFC side.
Oh, I see. So you have to put this in perspective. Fountain War happens in like August of 2013. So Asakai's in January, just to give you some perspective. Then that summer, there's leading up to a war. The Fountain War actually happens in the summer, late summer, in like August through October, I think. No, August. And then it ends. And only like a couple months later, the Halloween War kind of starts going on Halloween, on October 2013. And so only a couple months later, 3 months later, you have this big fight that happens in Head GP and then BTEC-R. So these are very condensed battles that are going on. And what's happening is groups are setting and resetting their relationships with one another. And I say this because it seemed like before Fountain War, Goonswarm wasn't really big on capital or super capital ships. They had capital ships, but not super capital ships. And then by BTAC-R, their super capital ships are no longer shy. Can you talk about that era and what was going on?
Can you say that again? Sorry.
Okay.
Like I didn't quite understand. Like,
oh, okay. You were listening, but you could.
Contextual question.
That's okay. That's on me. My fault. Okay, so let me. What was going on with Goonswarm's maturing of their super capital fleet around Fountain War and all the way up to BTAC-R?
Well, I mean, especially in the Fountain War, one of the we had moved our super cap fleet into B-D area, and we had been looking for opportunities to utilize it. And obviously, the PLNC N3 fleet, super cap fleet, had come into the area and were blocking off the entrances mostly. And when they had left to go back to the south because of their renters losing all their SOV and them needing to go reset it, it definitely had been pretty clear that that was a major factor in the war, even if there was never a major super capital in Fountain. And I know throughout 2013, there had been a major push to continue to get people into super caps and Titans and such. I don't think the push was as crazy as anything we've seen in the 2015 to 2020 era, but it was definitely significant, and it would pay dividends later, obviously, with the Battle of BR.
All right. Okay, we'll go on a little bit longer if you have the stamina. I don't know how tired you are, but after BTAC-R, what happened in your career? Let's pick back up with Billy.
Oh boy. Okay. Where were we going from? We're in 2015 catch.
Yeah, that's right. You ended up going. You got considered inactive at Goonswarm. This is after BTAC-R, after the Halloween War. You take off, feeling a little disrespected for the amount of commitment that you had shown before, being considered, I don't know, inactive now, and not being given the same deference as they gave to Mr. V. So you end up going to test because you see that there's some potential there. You're discovered by Durr, probably, who says, "Hey, join up. Let's get you started in this." How was your beginning moments in test? What were they like?
The reference of Durr likes to use the hobo with the box cutter in the alley. Is still one of my favorite, right? And it's somewhat accurate, right? You've got this group that can form 100 people roughly. That was kind of their prime U.S. time zone force that they could pull at the time. And they had all of 4 super capitals in the whole alliance. So when I brought my 3, we went up to 7. So
Wow.
it was a pretty big jump there. But the thing is, there's all kinds of groups within Eve that can do so much more than they know. It's just they don't have the experience or know-how to really exploit their power. So especially with test, I said, okay, I'm going to take this clay, I'm going to try and help mold it. And first thing we did is we got their doctrine sorted, we got all of their shit in order a little bit more, and all of a sudden, we start winning fights, and everybody's like, ooh, test looks like it's fun. I want to go there. So recruitment starts happening, so people start joining. So, bit by bit the snowball begins. You take some space because, you can now beat up on your neighbors because your doctrines are good, your FCs are good. And in no time flat, Test was going from owning like 1 constellation to owning like 6, which was pretty big at the time. We start fighting Tri, we hammer Tri. There's some good videos of that. And then I had to go away for an exercise for 2 to 3 months. And while that's happening, basically World War B starts. The team kind of makes the call to go without me, but I managed to break my leg and get back in time. Was lucky, I guess.
Right.
So everything went okay. I'm just trying to think here. And then we march test off to Vale, basically.
Vale, and that's in 2016. Is that what you mean by marching off to Vale?
Sorry, I'm just trying to get a bridge here on my freighter.
Oh yeah, go ahead. It's all right. This is a casual chill show, so we can take a break if you want.
No. I'm just moving like freighters around in FAT area right now, trying to get like characters moved in, and so this is pretty, it's chill, simple work.
Mhm.
That's I've got lots of time to talk. So yeah, anyways, yeah, we move in World War B1.
Okay,
Test
let me
takes
stop you there.
place
Let me
in
stop you there.
Vale.
Because before 2016, Pro God Legend from Nully Sigund ends up leaving Nully, then going to Snuff. After Snuff, he ends up in Test. How'd that happen, and how did you receive that?
Received it pretty well. So when I joined Test, I think ProGod joined about 1 to 2 months later. I can't remember.
Mm-hmm.
But it's one of those selling points where, I'd beaten up on ProGod a little in Fountain War, and I'm sure he at least did it once or twice to me. FCs prefer to be where there's other good FCs. It means that you don't have to do all the work. I don't like to put it like that necessarily, but it means that there's more of a team than it's like you just got to put everything on your shoulders and do it. So I know Dur, so part of the way in which Dur sold it is like, well, here you get to come FC with Villy too, and he was like, oh yeah, that might be nice and fun.
Yeah, I talked to Pro
And
God, and that was a part of it for sure.
Yeah, and it's just nice, right? You get other competent people around you who can help you and take part of the load off, and to be the mainline FC for an alliance is a massive job. And if there's two of you, then it's a lot less fucked in terms of the time requirement. So obviously, me and ProGud have different, views on things, but we're both good, capable FCs, so it makes things a lot easier, to say the least, for both of us, and that's why it's always worked out so well.
Well, what's the chemistry between you and Pro God? Like, give us some insight there on your relationship.
So I'm definitely the more calculated, conservative one, and he's the more like crazy theory guy, and he likes to try stuff that's a little off the wall. But it works out because I can kind of temper his aggressive plays, but he gives me a little bit more aggression to put in my book, and I can clean up his execution, and he can set the tempo a little bit higher than perhaps I would have. So it works out really well, really well.
Yeah. Well, I mean, how much of his messes do you have to clean up diplomatically? Because you guys are from two different sides.
There's been a few over the years for sure. But that's just part of the deal. I'm sure he's. I don't know if I have diplomatic messes to clean up, but like it's been useful, right? So as much as he's had his own like diplomatic messes, and he's not as polite to people at times, he's got his own style, and that's all the power to him, right?
Yeah.
Cleaning, some people get offended over nothing, and some people get offended over everything. So.
Right. But generally, you guys are in sync. When you guys talk over stuff, is there a certain portion of things that he handles, a certain portion that you handle, or do you both handle a mixture of both?
Say the first part of that again. Sorry.
Does he handle like one area? Do you separate what your duties are, or do you both do the same duties, just a mixture of?
I think we both do the same duties. I handle definitely a little bit more of the PR at times, and definitely a little bit more of the diplomatic stuff at times with certain groups, obviously.
Mm-hmm.
But we do a lot of the same things.
Like, what about the doctrines that are picked? Are these things you both work on together? Are you guys like songwriters where somebody brings something and somebody brings a different thing to it?
So usually we work on doctrines together, and usually if we can't agree to something, then we don't do it. But when you've got two FCs who have a incredible amount of both theoretical and real experience with Eve doctrines, we are usually able to both agree and make really excellent decisions when it comes to doctrines and trying to predict doctrines and all that kind of way.
Hmm. And doctrines are a weird thing because you really have to fit the doctrines to the group that you have, right? What are you capable of flying? And what situations do you see yourself getting into?
Well, that's exactly true, and it's one of the things I see very often with alliances that don't quite understand. You know, you'll see alliances try to adopt nightmares who can't field 20 people. You'll see alliances try to field rattlesnakes when they don't have cap control. You'll see alliances field jackdaws when they're not the right thing to do. It's
Mhm.
there's a ton of things that go into a doctrine, and it's not just is this doctrine good or not? Because while a doctrine might be good for tests right now, it might be terrible for goons, for example, just
Mhm.
because of the different ways in which it's likely to be used and the different environments that are actually relevant. And sometimes doctrines are only relevant because of the counter to another doctrine. So there's so many factors that go into doctrines, and most people don't always have a true grasp on all of those factors.
It kind of seems like the card game part of EVE Online is the theoretical stuff, the doctrines. What ships do you use? When do you use them? What do you have in your deck of cards that you can play against another FC? It's a whole nother sub mini game. This part of the thing, preparing for battle, not even getting into it.
Yeah, no, I remember very distinctly. I can't pull up the battle report, but I fought a battle in 2013 with Drakes against Zealots, which were pretty strong at the time. And I lost that battle. And I remember thinking to myself, I'm never going to go into a battle that I can't win, or at least have a chance to win again. Just because sometimes you go into a fight, and there's no way you can win. You just don't have the DPS to even break a single enemy ship. And it's just not worth wasting your time suiciding to try and do so. And to me, that was one of those kind of crucial battles that always kind of stuck in my head over the years.
Did you say zealots? Were they too fast for your missiles or something?
So back then, afterburner zealots or armor hacks
Mm-hmm.
were like 120, 150k EHP kind of machines, I guess you could say. Did they have that much? I think they had that much EHP. I can't remember now. But the thing is, the Drake's damage is significantly mitigated by both the speed and signature of the Zealots. So even though Drakes might have 350 DPS on paper against something like Zealots, they were only actually hitting for like 100 or something relatively very low, and it meant that there was just no way to properly apply enough damage to actually have a shot to kill anything in that situation. And I just
Wow.
didn't. I never really liked Drakes as a doctrine to begin with, but um, they had their roles, obviously. It's just that was not one of them.
Right. So back to Pro God. Has he been coming and going? Because he kind of rises up in the media a little bit and then he kind of disappears for a while. He been coming and going from the game, or has he been around this whole time?
I would say he's been around the whole time. I mean, we all have our activity swings where we're more active or less active based on work or personal life or relationships or whatever. And he's got a kind of a up and down swing for sure, but he hasn't really truly been gone
Mm-hmm.
in quite the same sense that I think we're discussing here.
Yeah. All right. So let me take you up to. I think we were talking about. So now we've talked about you and Pro God joining you, which is kind of funny because you used to be enemies, but you guys are now on the same team, trying to build up the same group, trying to mold it into something that it could be. You go and march up to Vale. Tell us a little bit about the pre-war thinking for 2016, the invasion of Imperium in the North. What got you to go up
World
there?
War B1.
World War
Uh,
B1.
to-
We'll call it.
Money.
Money.
Lenny was paying us like 8 times what we were making from all of the moons we owned at the time as test. We were broke as shit back then. Like we had like 3 Dispro moons for like the entire alliance of test at the time, and it's like, hey, I'll pay you guys like 20 bill a week. You guys want to go? And I
Why
think
did he
it's
pick you?
because we could form 100-man fleets, and we were a relevant kind of group.
Yeah. I remember you were relevant, but I want you to tell me why he picked you. Was there something? If you guys were
Well, I
broke?
mean, good FCs, good line members, good fleet cohesions, etc. And
Mhm.
when we deployed, we ended up picking up all of the people that had like left from Test from previous wars, be it like the PL eviction or the Fountain War, etc. So you had all these people coming back. At the start of the World War B1, we were forming almost 400 people, which for Test was like, whoa, this was way above what we were expecting.
Well, there's something that changed there too. The perspective from the outside was there's something sexy going on with Test. Like, it's like that. Whoa, I got to be careful about what I say. But you're taking a second look at Test and you're thinking, these guys, there's something going on here. Because when Test first grew up, it was a big group, not really skilled. A lot of fun maybe, but not really skilled. I mean, 6VDT, I think it was. Gigantic battle, one of the biggest ones in EVE's history, but Test was dead on arrival. They didn't have a chance for that war. They were really just going there to get blown up. And that's kind of what Test was. When they had PL, they had snipers, basically. But these guys Test were the infantry that would just get mowed down by the guns. That's kind of how Test was perceived. Then Test loses all those people. Maybe a lot of them go to Brave. Maybe Test just breaks up because of poor leadership or whatever. And ends up in kind of a dark place. They actually end up in faction warfare. They reemerge as a subgroup to Hero Coalition, where Brave is now bigger than Test and more dominant as far as the leader of the coalition. But then Test says, you know what, we don't want any more of this. So they go into Scalding Pass to try to recreate themselves. And they end up being pretty small. But slowly, this is where they start growing up and becoming not Test the big group, but Test the good group. The group that could actually execute a plan, actually had some capital ships. They were starting to surprise people in how good they were at the game. And then that comes because Vili and ProGod are building this up, and they're both very good FCs. So now their reputation is totally changed, and then comes this contract to go up and fight in World War B, as you call it.
World War B1, yeah, and everybody calls it. But
Okay.
like, let's be honest. Yeah, so, and we, execute World War B1. There's maybe 3 real major battles in World War B1. Test plays a crucial role in all 3 of them. And we end up with the western half of Vale of the Silent under our total kind of control. And we tell people that we're going to move into Vale, we're going to set up shop, and we do so while World War B1 is starting. Like, some of the first posts about World War B1 are Test TCUs in Vale. And, we continue to execute the war while we're building our new home, basically.
Right. So you end up, I'm just going to speed through the World War B part. You end up with some space in Vale. The diplomatic situation, what was that like? Who did you side with up there?
So, because of their flip, CO2 was keeping their space in tribute. We ended up with the western half of Vale, and the eastern half of Vale was owned by a variety of renters, and XIX had a sub-alliance called, I think it was INSP or something like that. INSP, I can't remember what exactly the name was, that we would continue to tango with for several months over that. When the Imperium was evicted from, or the CFC was evicted from Declan, obviously Sort Dragon's coalition would begin to grow up in that area as well. And for the most part, the North was interesting, to say the least.
Yeah. It's almost
with
like
PL and NC sitting in, pure blind Cloud Ring, I guess, was at the time.
It's almost like a flooded city, right? Like this giant tidal wave just hit this city. And right after the inhabitants, fled down to Delve, the Imperium, and other ones had fled other places, the whole north is kind of like underwater. And, people are trying to figure out how to even occupy it, what to take. Are you going to carve this place up? Why didn't you guys do what ProGod wanted and pursue Imperium back then?
We did. Tess was the only one that did.
Oh, so you did?
Yeah. Like, everybody else was like, no, we don't need to chase the Imperium. It'll be fine. Because
Right.
at the time, the Imperium was sitting in Saranin for about 2 months while we were continuing to, establish ourselves in Vale, get used to life. And, the Imperium was trying to figure out, make a decision on what they wanted to do. Eventually, they decided they want to go down to Delve. They had their lily pad chain of Astra houses that allowed them to do so.
Hmm.
And, they moved down to Delve. And Progon's like, we got to chase these guys down. We can't let them rebuild or it's going to be a repeat. So we went down to Delve. We deployed, I think it was, to Delve NPC is my guess. Maybe Queries. I can't remember
It was
exactly.
Delve NPC.
I think Lumpy at the time was the Alliance living in Delve, and we helped them. And we were actually having a ton of success. Literally, just like 100 guys from Test were making Goonswarm's lives miserable trying to move in. But 100 guys when the super fleet finally shows up, it's not enough. So eventually, we were just not enough to stop them.
When the super fleet shows up, so what? Take us back to that lily pad escape from the north. They jumped through Astra houses. They could do it at the time because you could tether right away. Did they do that with capital ships or with super capitals, or the super capitals come later?
No, they did that with everything. Obviously, they did organized moves, but as long as you didn't move too many at once, there was limited risk of bumping. You insta-tethered as soon as you jumped, so there was basically zero risk as long as you could jump to a citadel.
Oh, and if you did get bumped, by the way, I heard there was an incident where a bumped and destroyed Titan was reimbursed. So maybe it was
I'm not tracking, although there was, you weren't supposed to be able to be bumped off citadels, but
right.
that's kind of been forgotten over the years, so.
Yeah, that tether is supposed
It's
to
kind
mean
of a
you're
gray
safe.
area.
Yeah. So, okay, so they come down and you guys harass them and make it hard, which is why the Imperium, if you look at the map, after they left the north, they didn't actually move into Delve right away. Now, I talked to Scion about this, maybe even Matani, and said, why did it take you so long to really start to develop Delve? Because you didn't do it within a month. It took a little while. If you look on the map, you can see that. He said they were being very deliberate about expanding and they were in no rush, that sort of thing. But what he didn't say is that Test was there making it hard on us.
Well, we definitely slowed them down by a month or two, I would say.
Well, that's
But in
interesting.
the end, it wasn't anything crazy.
Yeah. And there was no more, you didn't have any reinforcements coming down to do that, so...
I think PLNC came down for 1 or 2 timers.
Well, they
but
did.
1 or 2 timers over the span of dozens is very minimal, and I think they ended up getting trapped on the other side of a gate for one of them, and then it was pretty much it.
Did Lenny pay you some money to do that, or were you still on the dole, or was this all on you?
Not that I'm tracking, no.
Yeah. Well, there were a lot of dreads down.
Actually,
He did,
maybe
right?
he gave us a little bit of money.
Yeah. Big enough to buy some dreads.
I can't remember the exact specifics of it, but I'm pretty sure maybe, we were getting a little bit. Maybe he was covering our SRP, or I can't remember what it was, but
All I know
he was still
is
giving us a little bit of money. Just it
Yeah,
wasn't the same as World War B level.
it wasn't. Okay. So again, the casinos are still viable at this time, right after. It wasn't until 4 or 5 months after. I want to say 4 or 5 months after World War B. I might be wrong on that. That casinos get blasted by CCP and they're considered outlaw, and then the money goes away because people get banned and all that kind of stuff. But at this point, I think I remember an interesting little detail here that's kind of lost on people. But there's some from this conflict zone. There are some dreadnoughts that are put into NPC Delve, and those are there, I think, maybe paid for by Lenny or I don't know how they got there, but they're there for you to kind of attack the Imperium. Once that stops, those dreads just kind of stay there in Delve, and then later they reappear when Jay Amazingness is doing one of his Theta supercap fleets. This is early
true.
on.
Yes, I remember this. So yeah, because Lenny bought us 200 dreads, if I recall correctly, but they were Lenny's dreads. So when we left Delve, we had to give them back to him. I think there was only 160 left to give back or something. I can't remember how it was. But yeah, so he paid for them, and we're honorable bros. You gave us the dreads. They're your dreads. Here you go. Have them back. And they would be later used in the hot drop that would kill Jay's Revenant and a bunch of Titans on the what beacon was it? DW beacon, I think it was. Is this what I'm
Okay.
thinking of?
Right in the middle of Delve.
Well, it was their staging system at the time.
Oh, wow. Right into their staging. Yeah, so he loses. Here's a pretty humbling experience for him. Because he loses a Revenant and a Titan. This is early on with the Super Cap umbrella, right? So it was not foolproof at this time.
Well, they were very sloppy with it, and the umbrellas were established at this point. It's just that within your own staging system, nobody can jump to a Sino, right? Because everybody's undocking to warp to you, and if there's drag bubbles up, um, it makes it even harder, right? And goons have been memeing about the alignment of the fat keep stars, but at the time the DW keep star was aligned away like 180 from where the beacon was. So all of the caps and supers would undock, but they'd have to do a full 180, which in a cap and super can take, in some cases, minutes, if not more, because you bump off the undock.
Yeah, you get stuck. So you don't just go
So
right
their
into
response
warp.
was So the response was anywhere from 3 to 10 minutes delayed getting to help him, and it just created a situation. And literally what they were telling pilots to do was to undock, warp to the gate that the Keepstar was actually lined at, jump through that gate, and jump to the beacon.
I see. Well, big defeat. People were like, how is that possible? In the middle of Delve, you have all this power. And it was a big like punch in the nose for Jay and that fleet. So that was an interesting moment. And I liked that it had some history, that those dreads had been sitting there like some kind
just
of...
like, yeah, just like that freighter I got from you. Just like, there's always fun history behind a lot of ships in EVE.
Let's talk about that freighter. Seriously, I wanted... tell me about that freighter, because I think it's such a great story. It's got to be written about at some point.
All right, so the Madrigal freighter, as we call it, is named TIS Special. So
is it actually called that?
Yeah, it's still named TIS Special. It's just got a little bit of fun history with it, right? So at this point, it's a special little freighter. So that freighter was given to me when Madrigal sold me the TTT. Because Madrigal you had 2 Keepstars, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, so you sold us 2 Keepstars in Ionin at the time, and one of those Keepstars came in a freighter called the TIS Special, and that had been the Ionin Keepstar, which had been forced to unanchor by Mittani because drama, standings NC, nobody wanted to give you enough cover for it. And you had been talking on a TV show, on one of these shows actually, and you're like, yeah, I got these Keepstars, da-da-da. I'm like, really? I need a Keepstar right now, because at this time we were invading Horde. And you're like, yeah, I'll sell it to you. Just conv me after the show. I'm like, oh, I'll conv you right now. And before the end of the show, I had the proud owner of a new Keepstar or 2. And within 3 hours later, the TTT was anchoring in Perimeter.
Yeah. You can catch that show. I think Pro God's on it. I'll have to dig it up. It all happens on screen. I'm like, sure, and I'm typing with you, Billy. You made the deal. Pro God was on the show, but you made the deal.
Yeah. Anyway, so this freighter deploys that Keepstar, but I think he only gave me 1 freighter, so I had to bring that freighter back, dock it in Ionin again, which is tricky because Ionin's a low sec, so jumping into low sec. Empty freighter though, I'm not too worried about losing a freighter. I take the chance, it survives, all good. So I now have another Keepstar in this jump freighter, or in this freighter, and I need another Keepstar down south. Because at the time, we are just prepping for a war with Fraternity at the time. So I need to take this freighter all the way from Ionin to head GP so I can get it into nullsec so I can start using Titan bridges. And we don't have Titans or Fortizars or anything around Ionin, so I'm like, all right. So I gate the TIS Special with a Keepstar in it all the way through high sec, 20 jumps, including a low sec jump. I'm scouting it to avoid high sec anchors as best I can. The only way to do that with avoiding... My choices were either go through Niarja or go through a low sec system that has like 3 to 5 active players. So I chose the low sec system. I figured that was probably safer. I waited till downtime, jump in with this freighter and a Keepstar. Right after downtime, nobody in system, go through it.
Got
Make it all
nerves
the
of
way to head
steel.
GP. I can. Well, I was kind of scouted somewhere, I think, and I stopped and I played a little bit of a shell game. But
Yeah. You pulled over and spent the night in a hotel, a motel.
you're correct. So I figured it was safer to go through the low sec. Nobody was in the low sec when I jumped in right after downtime. It went well. I mean, I am scouting myself, but even still, Keepstar and a freighter is a pretty dangerous spot to be in, let's say. So the Keepstar makes it ahead. It then gets an op to bring it into nullsec. It gets bridged around a bit. It then drops the 08 TAC Keepstar. No, wait. What was the Keepstar drop before that? Geez, I gotta look up my timelines here. So it drops that Keepstar, and then it would indeed. Cripes. Was this the T2 Keepstar? I'm trying to think all the
Yeah.
Sorry, the history on this one. Anyways, it
Mhm.
drops the Keepstar it has in it. Then it goes and picks up the Mela Keepstar, which would become the
It was
08 Keepstar.
It was stolen, by the way.
Yeah. So I bought it off the pirates who stole it.
So
And
the
then it
TIS
would,
special went to pick that Mela Keepstar up?
Yeah. They had to drop it off in curse for me, if I recall. I wasn't gonna do that high sec shenanigans again. I can tell you, there's certain things that get your heart racing.
Mhm.
Moving a Keepstar around in high sec with the freighter is not one of the things I will ever do again in Eve, like ever. Like every high sec jump is like, is this probe on the gate scanning me or not? Like, because you never know. So it's not something I will ever do again.
Why is that guy looking at me funny?
Definitely one. Yeah. Drop Mela in 08. This freighter would then go drop probably like half of the Keepstars that have been around the area. I know it dropped RU TAC Keepstar. It dropped the DTX Keepstar.
Wow.
It's dropped quite a few of the Keepstars legacies dropped that I've dropped. And now it's just sitting with a Keepstar in it in a certain location, and it's
The TIS special still going. Still dropping
yeah.
Keepstars.
That freighter has just been dropping Keepstars all over. It's probably got 6 Keepstar drops to its name now.
It's got to be the most, right? Like, what other?
I would
Single-
find it highly unlikely there's another freighter that has dropped more Keepstars than that freighter. Usually because the freighters are considered disposable with the Keepstars. Just because of the name of this one now and the fact that I usually don't carry a whole lot of freighters, it's almost certainly got that title.
That's a fantastic story. It's like that little tugboat, that has seen the world. Plays a huge role in empire building, but is just a little tugboat. Great.
Actually, yeah. I guess the last Keepstar it dropped was the XIX staging, although it just held that Keepstar because I gave it to XIX, not dropped it itself. But it carried that one around for a while, and then I got a new one off XIX that it's holding right now.
Oh, it's wild. Well,
So yeah, there's an interesting story behind that little freighter.
I'll tell you, that has to be written about. It'll have to happen. It must happen. That's a great little story. Those are the kind of stories that are just amazing in EVE Online. Those all the coincidences. I think that's a word.
Yeah. And it's just funny because I never really thought to rename the freighter, right? And it was like, I think 4 Keepstars drops in. I'm like, this thing's named TIS Special. Oh, it's the one I got from Matterall. And then I told you about it. You're like, really? And I'm like, yeah.
Did I name it TIS Special? I don't remember.
I certainly didn't name it fucking TIS Special. So.
That's what must have been me. Yeah. Oh, that's hilarious. Yeah. Anyway, that was fun. Okay, so
back to wherever the hell we were.
Yeah,
in
where were we?
timeline.
Oh, I just got disconnected. I will light back up in a second. So back to Billy's story. Your post. How did you get together with CO2? Like, how did that come together?
Well, we were basically forced neighbors.
Mhm.
They lived in Tribute. We lived in Vale. They got to keep all their space post World War B1. So everybody was like, they had, they were given their 20 coins silver to ensure that they could live in their space. So, nobody was going to say, oh, you can't live in your space anymore. That was their price, so they got to keep it. And we were on the east of them, so we kind of became natural allies just based on geography. There's only really two main pipes into the north. There's P3 and there's MO, and they controlled one and we controlled the other. But both of us together were like small, medium-sized alliances, and when we combined, we could do the things that we probably couldn't do alone. So it just became a natural relationship of how do I put this? Convenience. Yeah. And over time, we fought enemies like Snuff or many of the annoying people in the area together, and you develop a relationship over time. And I mean, the pilots, GigX himself, CO2, they're all good people. Like it's just, over time, if you work with somebody long enough, you'll generally become friends to some degree. Well, you're skipping some parts
Oops.
here.
Oh yeah, sorry. Go ahead. I was muted anyway, so it doesn't matter. Go back.
So CO2 then picks a fight with XIX. They control one of the borders with the drone regions, and they pick a fight with XIX. They reinforce one of their Sotios or their renters or something. I can't remember, or CSAs, I should say. Anyways, GigX likes to pick fights. He picks a fight with XIX. XIX calls their buddy PL and's like, "Hey, this raging Serb is really annoying. Can you fucking kill him?" And PL's like, "Oh, sure, we got you, no problem, bud." And then they like turn on the nuts on CO2, and we're allied to CO2. And there is what we called the short tribute war, where PL and NC are fighting CO2 in test, which culminates in the Battle of SH1. And it
huge.
was Snuff and CO2 and Test versus basically the entirety of what was PanFam at the time, which was Tri, Waffles, PL, NC, Horde, you name it. Which also ends up with a situation where, everybody forms all their cap supers for the CO2 CSAA. PL and NC have like 250 super capitals. Test has like 30. CO2 has like 70. And CO2 decides that they're going to go in. Everybody's like, "What the fuck are you doing?" Like, it's a true story. So at the time, we had no Discord. Like, we were literally coordinating this situation on a fucking like in-game chat channel. And so like PL's actually late. So there was actually the opportunity to like just shield rep the CSA and get out of there. And so Snuff has already told us like the day before the fight, they're like, "Our supers aren't fucking coming." Nope, not happening. They're down like in another region. I don't think it was more a cowardice thing. It was just like they were doing other stuff. I don't know. I can't say for sure, but they gave us lots of notice they weren't coming. They come with subs with no supers or caps or anything. And we're like, okay, sure. But they're in that coordination channel trying to help too. Anyway, so I link the D scan of what PLNC has. Everybody sees it. We're like, okay, yeah, well, obviously we can't fight this. At some point, and obviously we have Sinojammers in the system that we're fighting in, which prevent PLNC from just like insta curb crushing us, I guess you could say. Eventually, at some point, GigS literally says, and I shit you not, "Okay, I turn off Sinojammer now. We fight," or something similar, like the most like Russian, like I don't give a like he's Serbian or not Russian, but like the most like I don't fucking give a shit response I have ever heard in my fucking life. Like, "Okay, we fight now. Sino up, we go in." Like, just like, and everybody that's like, "What?" Like, we're outnumbered like 3 to fucking 1 in supers. Are you fucking insane? Like, and we had like a decent size like dread bomb that we were like hoping to like make a play in the gate when they did, if they could make a mistake or something. Like, we're trying to tactically play with what tools we have. But he's just like, "No, we go in now, we good." And we're like, "Oh fuck." And from the second he goes in, He jumps in, he fires off all his doomsdays on like a PL Nix. He doesn't kill it, and we're like, oh Jesus Christ! Like,
Now what?
so we spend the next 5 hours in tie-dye with all our subcap fleet shooting nothing but like interdictors,
No.
trying to clear the tackle off his super fleet to get them out of there because we're like, we're not fucking jumping into that. And it was just like such a craziness of a battle.
Hey, tell your guy not to kill me. Oh, it's too late. I forgot to cloak up. All right. Well, I got sent home.
Yeah.
Mm.
Um.
All right. There
what
goes my view. I forgot to cloak up after I restarted, so I went straight to the film portion.
Uh-oh.
It's all right. We'll look at a station. I'll be back. Go ahead. I'm listening. It's just
Okay. So the battle SH1 does what I generally like to call putting blood in the water. So it signals to everybody that Tribute and Veil is now the place to go to get super kills and content in Eve. And PL sets up shop full bore in our space to basically evict CO2. The Tribute War happens. PL moves into Tribute as they push CO2 out. CO2 goes from Veil to Venal, and we're in a situation that PL basically makes the decision that says we're going to live in Tribute. This place looks really awesome. We like it here. And Tess is like, okay. One day later, we make the decision we're moving to the south because at the time we had no super like. There was kind of a decisive battle where myself and ProGod were both running the fleet, or I think it might have been ProGod more than me. But anyways, we were tactically fighting PL over a jump bridge system in 900, and I remember it like very clearly because we had outplayed PL in every way. We had split up their fleet. We had done whatever we could. We had, pincered their supers in a ton of different ways. But we just didn't have the capital, like, how do I put this? So if it was just PL, maybe we could have handled it. But the problem is that as soon as PL got in any form of real danger, they bat phoned NC Dot. So in 900, we caught these supers, we trapped them, and NC, it's like, oh, I can't let my buddy get hurt, brings 150 more supers. And we're like, all right, well, I guess that's that then, because, if NC's going to back them up, there was no way we could realistically fight against them.
Yeah. Doesn't sound like they wanted to fight. They wanted the space.
Well, no, that's just how they like to fight, right? If you can't fight and win, you just fight with super so you can win, I guess. Standard super capital control situation. They had the advantage. They wanted to abuse it. They abused it. So we left. We then spend a couple months, a couple weeks over the Christmas break moving to the south in Curse, and then we begin our assault on Catch as we push towards Esoteria. In what is, usually called the Catch War, we fight with PL and NC against Goonswarm and Stainwagon as we push through Cache. There's a ton of Catch. There's a ton of interesting battles. We win them all as usual. The whole time, I've got a great conversation that I've still saved from Asher, where he's like, I'm gonna fucking put you guys in Curse, like, just the most like, I'm the fucking boss here. You can't come back into my space and tell me what to do. And the whole time I'm like, I'm just coming here with the hand of friendship. We just want to live here and have a good time and so on. But we eventually, win the important fights. Stainwagon fucks up a single jammer or something. So Imperium's like, all right, you guys fucked up a jammer once. So we're just going to leave you here to die. So they do. And, eventually we take Esoteria. We have a conversation with Imperium where we're like, listen, hi, I'm Billy. I used to work with you guys. I'm a good guy. How would you guys like to not kill us? And they're like, I guess we can do that. I'm like, I can be hand of friendship. We can be good neighbors, I'm sure. And after a while, we move in. We then spend, months purging Stainwagon with CO2 and drone walkers. And at that point, we're now established in the south.
So you established yourself, but when you moved there, you actually called out your intentions pretty publicly. You said, look, we're going to build a super capital fleet and we're looking for a home to do it.
Yeah, well, I mean, at the time, test had been pushed around by groups with supercat fleets when we didn't have a supercat fleet for a long time. And, you know, everybody gets tired of that after a while, right? You're like, okay, this is a little bit much. Like, you know, if we can beat these guys in every possible way except one, then maybe we should go sort of that one so we can, you know, be in charge for a change.
Yeah, or at least,
And
yeah, stay at the
yeah,
table. Maybe not dominate, but at least stay at the table.
and we realized from Vale that we had to dive deep into nullsec, right? So we had to get not we couldn't be near the edge of high sec nullsec border. We had to like be deep into 0.0 because otherwise groups like PLN and C, who usually kind of circle the high sec borders, would eventually end up on our border again, and we needed to be in a position where we were deep enough that the effects of that would be limited at the time.
Well, that's interesting. So if you're kind of like on the shallow end of nullsec, those low sec guys will kind of say like, well, let's go 5 jumps that way into nullsec and hit test, you know, if they're hanging out close to the edge there.
So I mean, look at all the groups that live on the edge of high sec nullsec. You have Providence, you have Curse, Grail, Wildlands, Catch. Delve is already by default kind of deep, just the way that Iridia dives deep into that nullsec area. Fountain to a lesser degree, but then it's like Pureblind, Veil, Tribute, and all those regions have this same thing that they share, which is that they're not well developed because it's so easy for groups from nullsec or lowsec to move into lowsec nearby or to NPC space nearby and engage in content with you. And that content is a significant factor in your ability to develop. So when we moved into the south, the original plan was for CO2 to take Impasse, Drone Walkers to take Faithabolus, and Esoteria to go to Test. And obviously, Drone Walkers got the short end of the stick on that. There was some poor dealings between CO2 and them, and GigX diplomatically doing stuff that wasn't super chill with me, but whatever, it happened. And
Well, you're being cryptic. What actually happened there?
basically, the agreements we made for space, GigX decided he wanted after we got there. So most of Faith Ablis was meant to go to Drone Walkers. But once we were in the position to do that, he was like, well, Drone Walkers isn't good enough. I'm going to take their space.
They don't deserve it. He has that deep voice.
Like, basically. Yeah.
He said the same thing about TNT when he was part of the Imperium. They got into a big scuffle there, but which
and like to a degree, he's not wrong. Right, Drone Walkers was the smallest of the 3 groups that had come together with us to go down. They weren't putting up big fleet numbers, but on the other hand, if you don't give people the opportunity to develop, more often than not, they won't. Right? It's a self-fulfilling prophecy. If you don't give them any space and you shit fit them into a constellation and catch, you're basically you're basically sentencing them to death in many ways.
yeah, you're keeping a plant in a small, what do you call it, base, and they can't ever grow. So you're supposed to take a small plant and you put it into a bigger area so it can grow its roots out bigger. I keep putting metaphors up so people can kind of understand concepts, but I think this is a pretty simple one.
Yeah. So, you know, you now have CO2 established in Impasse, you have Test established in SO and Paragon Sol, although it took many, many, many months to fully kind of get control of SO and Paragon Sol from Red Alliance, who had been living in the area and was still attacking us outside of, from period basis at the time. And actually, there's still stipulations in the NIP about Red Alliance attacking from period basis and such, which is quite interesting when you go back and look at it.
The snip that just ended a few days ago. Oh, funny.
I mean, they haven't lived there for almost 2 years now, right? But it's an interesting little tidbit.
This document was never updated.
Not really, no. And then, over the course of the next couple of years, we slowly expand eastward more and more and more. We take in Brave. Obviously, eventually CO2 and Test come to kind of an impasse over some diplomatic decisions. That results in the start of a war, which is then almost just as quickly as it started, ended by Judgment Day. And bit by bit, Legacy has grown kind of from that sliver of land that we pushed down into Esteria to get.
Now the name Legacy, I think I remember when you first showed up as Legacy, it was really the powerhouses were CO2 and Test. It was kind of a co-equal relationship. But where did the name Legacy come from?
So people had been calling us CO2 Test for a significant amount of time, but the problem was we weren't CO2 Test. We were CO2 Test and Drone Walkers. And it was really shitty that Drone Walkers was always getting left out of that discussion, and it was hurting their ability to kind of name brand a little, even if they were the smallest power and the least relevant. It was definitely a different kind of situation. And like we had seen at the time that, I can't remember what Tri's coalition was called at the time, but there was a coalition to the east of us that had a kind of a catchy name, I guess you could say. And it was very clear to me at the time that being able to recognize a coalition based on their name has value. We had seen it with the Imperium. It's driving me nuts what Tri's coalition at the time was called, like Vanguard or something like that.
Vanguard, yeah, it was Vanguard. And by the way, you mean that example as the Clusterfuck Coalition, which is what the Imperium was before, changed its name to the Imperium so that it would have a better name for usage.
Yeah, there's even though the names are slightly generic, they carry power, right? And when you're a group of groups, you need to be able to properly categorize those groups, and if you can't, it's just not as good. So you want something that's generic but also positive, and something that can help people want to come join you, basically. Because corps and alliances will make decisions based on what your coalition is called. As much as it sounds crazy, it's like, because I know I've made those decisions before about corporations. It's like, well, do I want to join the shit kicker club kids club crew, or do I want to join the 420 no scope YOLO swag 69 meme XXX, or do I want to join the Night Assassins, right? Like, even though Night Assassins is actually like super cringe worthy too, but like there's power in names, right? And people have to say those names to other people. And, if it's too memey, it just, like, you meme yourself into not recruiting people that would otherwise be interested in joining you.
Yeah.
Which is why the Clusterfuck Coalition, spent so much time to rebrand itself to the Imperium.
But where does Legacy come from? What came to mind?
Well, we sat down in a channel on Mumble, myself and Sapporo and Dran and a couple other people, and they just started throwing out names, and they were some super memey names, and I'm like, nope.
Yeah, Sapporo Jones in that meeting, of course.
Yeah, of course.
He told me,
anyways,
though. Yeah, but how'd you decide on Legacy?
Well, eventually he said Legacy, and I'm like, that sounds all right. And he's like, yeah, okay. And everybody else is like, yeah, that could work. Then he's like, Subaru Legacy.
That's right.
And I'm like, I don't care. It's still good. Like,
yeah.
It's a good.
What did he say? Yeah, it is a good name. What did he suggest before a Legacy, though?
Oh Jesus! I wish I could remember that conversation
I think
now, but there was some interesting ones, to say the least.
Yeah. He told me he puts up some Subaru ones that you rejected, and then you're like, how about Legacy? He said, how about Legacy? And you're like, yeah, that sounds pretty good. So he tricked you into naming it after a Subaru car, which is his favorite thing. That's his.
I mean, it's true, but it's also Legacy is still good, right?
Yeah.
Like, and even that story, like, it's a great story, right?
It is.
I'm not mad about that story. That's awesome.
No, it's great. And it still has, Legacy. I don't think of Subaru when I think of Legacy, but I like that little detail because it tells you something about Sapporo, who's been with Test a long, long time. And also the culture of Vili and keeping things kind of serious. But so Sapporo had his little moment, but you also had yours, so it kind of worked out.
Which is often as not the perfect blend, because sometimes I'm too serious and sometimes he's too not serious. So
Right. What's Dur like? Did he grow up, or is he still Dur?
oh no, he definitely grew up. He's a much more professional and respectable guy than many people think nowadays.
Yeah. He was like a wise 12-year-old, and you had the best of both worlds colliding into him. He would say something wise and then completely.
Well, he's definitely not 12 anymore.
Yeah.
He actually streams on Twitch, I think, still.
Oh,
too.
good.
I can't remember.
Yeah. All right. So you name Legacy. You have CO2 in there with you. This is where it gets really ambiguous because the breakdown between you and CO2, or Legacy and CO2, how did that occur?
How did that occur? That's a
Don't get TIS special killed because you're talking to me. Take care of that first.
So basically, we had moved to MTO and made a deal with XIX to support them against Tri. So part of the agreement when we moved to MTO to conduct our deployment against Sword Dragon at the time was that we would help XIX against Triumvirate if they needed our help. And Triumvirate was basically in between the two coalitions at the time. Unbeknownst to us at the time, CO2 had become friends with Tri and was interested in helping Triumvirate kill FCON at the time in their coalition, which was at the time called the Phoenix Federation. And the Phoenix Federation was basically allied with XIX. So we're like, come on, CO2, you can't do this. Triumvirate is not the group we want to be allied with here. It's just a bad call. But GigX, once he got kind of things on his mind, he didn't like the Russians. They hadn't given him his space quick enough. They hadn't paid. Like he had a laundry list of grudges with the Russians, basically. And he was like, nope, we will fight against them with Triumvirate.
And you had a choice to make.
Yeah, so we basically had to make a choice, which was to kind of dishonor our deal and make what we considered to be the extremely poor political play of helping Triumvirate kill, Phoenix Federation right next to us, or help Phoenix Federation XIX against Triumvirate and CO2. And, we chose to fight against Triumvirate and CO2. And obviously that instantly sparked, all kinds of interesting, debate and documentation and stuff. And so be it. And in a matter of weeks, we had our first battle, or our big battle, I guess, in XWY, where CO2 basically walked into a giant Titan boson and lost 290 dreads or something to like 10.
Oh my god.
And the next day, GigX called out the judge pretty harshly and told him he was fucking terrible and shit and all the rest. And a few hours later, the judge transferred, or a few days later, the judge transferred all of CO2's stations and assets to the Goonswarm.
So why did he call out the judge? The judge was the chief diplomat, I guess, for
The judge
CO2.
was the FC of that fleet, is my understanding.
Oh, he was FCing that fleet. Oh, I didn't. That's right. He had a big loss.
Yeah.
So
then afterwards, there was talk about how it was all metagamed at the CSM, etc., and it wasn't anything to do with hurt egos, but a normal person can put two and two together. So.
Yeah. It's usually combinations of things, it seems like, rather than one reason.
Yeah, of course.
So that leads to what some people call it Judgment Day, but basically the judge takes a bunch of ships, takes a bunch of money from his former corp mates, and turns over the ownership of the Keepstar to their enemy who's seeking revenge, because CO2 basically flipped on the Imperium. The Imperium wants revenge. So Judge sells the deed to the Keepstar to Goonswarm. And this is where GigX is typing, and I think it was Jay Amazing that told the judge, "Hey, if you're in corp or if he's typing to you, just stream that stuff." And I think it was him that said it. So the judge was streaming what was being said not privately, but what was being said in corporate chat, and he said some things about use your hands while you can use them, something along those lines. And that's the extent of what he said, if I'm not mistaken. He didn't say anything about cutting hands or any of that kind of stuff. He said,
Well, he basically implied he was going to come cut his hands off.
Do you think that was the implication?
Come on, Matterall. That was absolutely the implication.
I didn't know. I thought it was more. Now, people tell me there's, he's Serbian and there's this whole racial thing that I don't know about. But when I talked to him, I said, "What were you trying to say?" I think he said, "Use your fingers while you type with your fingers while you can. In other words, I'll break your fingers," that sort of thing. But I don't know, lost in translation or whatever else. But that was enough to be considered a threat, and I believe that was caught now on stream, very public. CCP saw it. It was done inside the client, and this was a steel trap for GigX, which led to his expulsion immediately. And we were talking to him live when he got the message from CCP that he had been banned. And it's a very famous moment now on Talking in Stations where he says, "Oh, I think I've been banned." Like he's reading it, and we're like, "Wait, what?" And so yeah, we have that moment on Talking in Stations, and we had the judge and GigX on at the same moment. So there's a whole group of people that were involved all in the same channel talking while we were trying to get the story straight, because all this was breaking. So we were trying to talk about it.
It was actually funny because I was actually on an X in the States at the time, and like I'm literally like trying to figure out what the hell is going on from like my laptop in like North Carolina, and I'm like, "Oh Jesus, what the hell is happening here today?" It was quite an interesting experience.
That was a big day, and we knew it at the time. This was like a huge swing because it got bigger because, first of all, stealing everything, it was a big heist. Whoops, 1 second. Okay, getting short on time here, but we knew it was a big event because it was a big heist. It was the biggest one on record at the time. Then we saw that there was a disciplinary action taken, and it became a bigger story. And then the question was, what happens to CO2 when they don't have GigX? And that turned out to be the third part of it, which ended up being a tremendous strike against CO2. CO2 couldn't really exist without GigX in the way that it wanted to, so those corporations went elsewhere and ended up in different alliances, including NCDOT. So it was a big blow. Some people think it was a big blow to just game style, right? Because he's the guy that said what you said. Okay, Sino's up, let's jump. He would get into fights that weren't necessarily winnable.
Yeah.
Wow. Well, we're almost there, so we'll have to hurry this part up. But you've been, since CO2 left the coalition, what did that mean for Test and you? Like, what kind of leadership position did you have to take? And what happened to the drone walkers? And how did Legacy form up into its present form?
Well, I mean, obviously, drone walkers obviously died. Their pieces went and are now spread throughout a dozen of the Legacy alliances. We recruited Brave and many of the other Legacy alliances that you know and love. After the war, or after CO2, we then fought to defend the Phoenix Federation for a while, but eventually they succumbed to pressure from groups like PL and Triumvirate, etc., and they collapsed, and we ended up taking a portion of their space. We then established a new border with Fraternity along the west. We then would fight Up in Catch with the Battle of D-Deck G, we would fight with Providence, or for Providence against
Mhm.
PL. We would take some Faction 4 Desires. Like, there's just...
Yeah.
It depends how you...
Ton of things that you started to do. I think we gave you guys, I believe Test was most influential 2018 because you were doing so many dynamic things. You were starting to set up, of course, the trade tower. You were
Well, none of the stuff I wasn't talking about there was 2018. That was all 2017.
that was all 2017. Maybe we gave it to you in 2017.
Or well, no, you gave it to us in 2018 because 2018 gets even crazier.
Right.
So
right.
yeah, March 2018 we have Battle of D-Tech G. June 2018 we have the Keep Star Steals. June 2018 we have all of the start of the Summer War. Like July 2018 we have the Battle of UALX.
Huge.
October 2018, I think we set up the trade tower and we established perimeter. November 2018, we're in Oisianen fighting, basically.
That's right. You started taking on Horde, weren't you?
So we deployed up to Oisianen with our armor supercaps and carriers and dreads, but it wasn't enough to really like put like true pressure on them. We were expecting somebody else to come and help at some point, but when the goons deployed to Hakonen, they basically screwed it up, and yeah.
They were supposed to help you with that.
It's not that they were supposed to help us with it, but I don't know how to put this. They gave the rest of the North the confidence that they could win fights against capitals, I guess, maybe the best way to say it.
By feeding or by not showing up?
By feeding.
Oh. Interesting. So that screwed up that.
I mean, listen, we made a ton of our own mistakes up there. Don't get me wrong, but they didn't help much. Not that they were required to help either. So, like, I don't know. It was just kind of a funny coincidence of the time.
Right. Well, I think there's so much here that we can't possibly cover it before we have to go wrapping up. It's been 5 hours. We'll have to do a part 2 because this is very interesting. I think you guys probably want to hear a part 2 as well because this is pivotal stuff. But I did want to bring you right up to the current day. So let's get out of the way back machine and talk about today. Is it a rumor that Laz is actually back with Goonswarm now? Have you seen him? Is there any truth to that?
Like, I mean, he rejoined his character to Goonswarm in Amok, his corporation that he's been with. What that means, I don't know.
Right.
Laz has been quote unquote back several times over the years. It's not always resulted in him playing any Eve. So
Yeah. Well, I mean, he was considered back for 2016's invasion of the North for Imperium, but he didn't really play a pivotal role. He did do some talking on streams and strategic advice and stuff, but he seemed like
the last time I'm tracking Laz as like an actual Eve player is World War B1.
Yeah, but he didn't even play a big role then, did he?
Yeah, he led some of the early fleets. Like he was just like PL and NC basically like blue balled him a couple times, and like he was mostly U.S. time zone. Everything was timed to EU. He wasn't able to really contribute much, and I think he got annoyed with it pretty quick, probably.
Yeah,
and I don't know if, much like how do I put this? At the start of this conversation, I described how it's fun coming into a place with many other FCs to help you do things. It is not as much fun coming into a place where you have to be the big boss and do everything. And my assumption is Laz is not looking to come into Goonswarm and fix all of their problems. And I know him and Asher have not always been of the same mind, let's say. So I would be curious to know how that will all work out, let's say, because, yeah.
Yeah. Well, I mean, Laz seemed to be pretty public about like, oh no, that that bombing run came too late. He was kind of critiquing in an honest way some of the missteps that were going on in that war. And then he seemed to like not either stop broadcasting or I didn't see him on fleets or hear about him playing a huge role.
I think Laz has got enough going on in his life that he doesn't need Eve at all. And the thing is, if you have no responsibilities, Eve, like, oh my god, I wish I could be in his position to just like give up all the responsibility. So
Yeah.
once you get there, it's like, do I really need this in my life again? Do I need to be waking up at 11 o'clock to make sure something gets done? It's
Yeah. Somebody save me.
it's a relief off your shoulders kind of thing, right? So, um,
Also, when
I
you
don't
come back,
know.
it must be difficult coming back because things have changed. So some of your instincts need to.
Well,
you actually-
that's one of the
Yeah.
other things too, right? Like the game changes quite dynamically all the time, and if you're not active as an FC almost weekly, like usually like anytime myself or Proga comes back, we usually spend a month just sitting on comms, watching what other people are doing, trying to get back into the rhythm, right? Like
Yeah.
you want to be at a running pace before you start trying to FC. Otherwise, it's just going to be a bad show for you. And especially like, I'm not even sure if Laz is much more known as a cap FC than he was as a subcap FC, I would think. Although he was a great subcap FC.
Mm-hmm.
But his his truly big wins that he's known for are like BTEC are obviously, and some other events. But like the capital meta is so insanely different now than what he used to play in, that without being involved in those battles, I would not want to be in his position trying to take those fights.
Yeah.
When you play with the biggest toys with the highest possible risk, you have to know what you're doing. Absolutely, right?
Yeah, you have to be in shape. You can't just be an athlete that was fantastic a few years ago. Like you have to work yourself back into that. You're still there. You still have the bones, but you have to get the muscles all back in shape.
Yeah,
And
and that takes a significant amount of time. And as I say, it's just you got to have the drive to do it. And I don't. Every time Laz has said he's going to come back, I've learned okay, and maybe he runs one fleet, but
Mhm.
And I don't think the group in Imperium that is there now is necessarily one that he's going to want to put the time in for. Maybe I'll be wrong. Maybe we'll see. I don't know.
Yeah. Well, it's so it's not an automatic that he's back or his character's lit up again. Like we don't know necessarily how involved he'll be. And by the way, this kind of thing where an older FC comes back into the game is true for everybody, not just Laz. Even when Vince has taken long breaks or been kind of away from the combat thing, he's usually just doing target calling or he's supporting in some way the FC that's running the fleet. And the same thing happened with Musgrave. What's his? I totally forgot. Travis, thank you. He's gonna be mad. Travis Muskrat, same thing, right? He's a USFC for NC for a long time, and when he came back after being gone a long time, he was also just kind of helping out. They were helping out, sitting in, listening to what's going on. They're not running the fleets for a while, and then they get back.
Well,
in.
if you try to run the fleets and you don't know what's going on, all you're going to do is more harm than good in most cases, right?
Yeah, I'm sure. Yeah. One last thing before we go. We've talked about this before, and I like to really bring it up over and over again because the last 2 years, at least, or maybe 3, of Super Cap warfare seems to be slow and nobody dies kind of stuff. Now, there were a few, right? UALX, there was some deaths of super capitals. X47 had some deaths of super capitals, but otherwise there really wasn't a lot of going back and forth. Do you see the super cap meta has changed enough to see some real damage done?
If the true battle starts in this war, as it can at some point, it will make BTAC-R look like a hand grenade compared to a 5,000-ton bomb. The nerfs to super capital EHP, the nerfs to diminishing reps, the nerfs to resistances, it would not surprise me to see a battle with 400 Titans die.
Cataclysmic. I love it.
I'm not trying to like hype something. Please don't get me wrong. It's just that the dynamics of super capital fleet combat are so insanely different than they were even a year ago. The diminishing rep nerf means that, past, a certain number, faxes are mostly worthless. It means that damage is the key, and damage and death is guaranteed, right? And I'm just like the possibilities for losing, even in high die. Like, let me give you a great example. Even in high tie die, when you have two hack fleets shooting each other, people are dying constantly, right? Because reps can't catch, and at super capital battle, in the current meta, if it happens as it's happened before, will very much look like two battleship fleets trading battleships. But they won't be trading battleships, they'll be trading Titans. And, if one side missteps and doesn't have any facts, or if they screw up a warp in and land at 0 on the enemy fleet, like, there's so many ways in which it could go even worse. And with the power of dreadnoughts being what they are now as well, like, there's just so many ways in which you could quite literally see hundreds and hundreds of Titans die in a single battle in the span of a couple hours.
Yeah.
Or less, depending on tie-dye.
Now we saw.
There's a video of Seta losing,
Right.
those 4 Titans a few weeks ago, and all 4 Titans are basically dead within the span of 2.5 minutes, versus 100 dreads. If you're talking about a super capital group with multiple super capital fleets here, you're talking about 10 to 30 times that amount of damage. 10 to 30 times that amount of damage. Basically unreppable. Now, when you put that in perspective, that means, in theory, a Titan could be dying every 5 seconds. That means a Titan under tie-dye could be dying every, minute or two. Like, on true, 0% tie-dye, stuff. Titan dying every minute or two would be fucking insane.
Wild.
So if it kicks off, Jesus.
I think that heightens the excitement, doesn't it? Like, from this perspective of wanting to watch.
The stakes are high, man. Like, the
Steam
stakes have
yeah.
never been higher.
Yeah, I can feel it, and I'm not even in it.
Well, when the war is over, regardless of who wins, I think it's a safe bet there will be some caches of minerals and everything else that will be exhausted, to say the least. And certainly the game will be in a different state than it was when this war started.
Yeah. What about the battle of attrition? It's just replacing those things. Can they just be replaced?
No. So the Imperium, for example, had an FC meeting, and they basically said they had no reliable replacement of Titans and supercarriers. And I know for the Pandemic Winter side, or Pandemic Legacy Winter, whatever side, I know we have some small, medium-sized caches, but once you start talking hundreds of Titans lost, neither side's replacing them. It's just. But on the other hand, it's important to understand that both sides are dying for this battle. Both sides want this battle to happen so much, right? It's a truly interesting dynamic, right? Because in real war, people never want to engage in battles where the loss is real. And in Eve, although all loss in Eve is real, the only real loss in Eve that matters at this scale is Titan and super losses. And that means that, in theory, that pushes people further away from wanting to have those battles. But everybody that flies these ships, they want to use them. They want to fire those Doomsdays onto the enemy Titan, right? They want to be the guy going ham, and they're 100% willing to fly and die doing that, and to ride straight to Valhalla, right?
Mhm.
So there's no doubt in my mind that everybody involved, SRP or not, regardless, is ready to go. I just hope it's as glorious as it can be when it happens.
Yeah. And we've heard one of the things Vince said to NCDOT as they were gearing up to come south was, some of you are not coming back in those ships. So they're mentally prepared for it. That's great.
It doesn't surprise me, right? And, a couple hours ago we talked about the conditions for battle of BTEC-R, and we've already had discussions about the conditions for battle in this war, and we'll see when we get there what it'll turn out to be.
I'll see. Well, Villy, military leader of Legacy Coalition, and basically one of the leaders, if not the leader, of this entire invasion force that's coming in. Thanks for spending some time with us and talking about your personal career, but also tying it into some truly historic events, some of which are yet to unfold. And thanks whoever shot me while I was doing this. Got a nice picture of Villy up. Good. All right. Thanks, guys, for watching today. We'll be back tomorrow. I don't know if we'll go 4 hours tomorrow because sitting for 4 hours kind of hurts. But we will be back tomorrow, at least for an hour, to give you a war update. We'll see all the timers go off tomorrow. It's going to be quite a day. So we'll see you then. Thanks very much. Wow. Oh, tell me, Villy, what are you going to say?
I'm fully moved into FAT now. It's been a productive afternoon.
Oh, you did it. All right. Well, I got shipped out, so I'm going to make my way back there. I'm going to try to get some alts over on the Imperium side so we can see some of their stuff going on. We will see you tomorrow. And is it public knowledge where those attacks are going to be?
What attacks?
Okay, I'll take that as a no. We'll try to find them tomorrow. Supposed to be a busy day. Okay, thanks, guys. We will see you next time. Talking in Stations.